So, last time, the group found themselves getting closer and closer to their destination, the island of where Quirk resides in his library. The group had many conversations while sitting on this very long boat trip. Could be long for some, could be short for others. And there was a point that the group had seen some weird pinkish fog in the distance that turned out it was some, oh god, what was the right word? It was like a warp. It was warped from the astral plane. We weren't going through like a portal, but it manipulated the area, and sometimes it was a phenomenon. It was a weird phenomenon that can happen sometimes in the material plane. This could have caused our trip to be shorter or longer, but thankfully we did not have a longer trip, as the captain was able to see, with the help of Winona's reality manipulation, that we were going to be arriving at this island the following day. During this time, there also was this gargantuan, giant, fucking sea creature that we ended up passing in its domain, and his name was Alexis? I really am like your students. Alyxsus. That is his name. Alyxis. There we go. Love her. In blind panic, Kara starts throwing out things to give to this creature as a gift of letting us pass, while Winona quickly asks this guy who was flirting and getting all handsy, well, not really getting handsy, but he would have got handsy, to come up and help. So they all start kind of like helping, giving the creature these items, as it quickly then also takes the sailor with him. After having a short conversation with Agatha, the creature then leaves, and the following morning we finally arrived at the island where Quirk should be. We were warned that some of his traps may still be active, so with Cloud's help, we were able to get by with only one dumb friend to step into a trap. Once we arrived, we used, again, actually it was another one of Cloud's spells to locate Quirk, and we found him not in his camp where Nell had saw him using his project image, but over somewhere else where he was messing with some concoctions. Having some conversation with him and learning more about how he is as a person, we finally had asked him about the tablet, where he quickly threw all of his stuff off of this, in quotes, table, which was the tablet itself. The group discovered that there were 6 gems embedded in it, the perfect amount needed for the 6 of us who were here with divine powers, and fiddling with it for a bit, we've decided to push our powers into the stone that allowed everybody to be able to read it, and then a secret door opening in Quirk's library. And at the end of all that, we leveled up, and we need to roll hit points. Hit points need to be rolled.
Who's first?
Okay, well, fuck it, me. D8. Everyone else is sitting like...
No, I've been talking this whole time. I'm just fucking muted.
Okay. Well, I rolled a 5. I rolled a 5.
Okay.
I don't know what I roll. I think I do 6.
Oh,
I got a 6.
You're lucky because
Okay,
Hunter rolled a 3.
Have a D8. Oh, I got a 6. Is that for me, Hunter, that 3?
Mm-hmm.
okay.
6.
Oh my god, everything is throwing up and starting on my fucking laptop right now.
Is that for one of mine?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Rolled. Well, your 3 is better than the 1 for Nell.
No!
So I'll take your 3. So I get 5 extra on you. So that's
Guys, without my
now.
temporary hit points, I finally cracked 100.
Oh.
Oh, Quirk.
Also a D8.
Hunter.
I rolled a 7.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
So that's an extra 10 on top of him. Where's your total hit points? Where did I write that down? Wow, Torque has more hit points than Nell now.
How many does he have?
130.
Oof.
Jesus.
8 away from me.
I mean, he only has 2 more hit points than Nell, but
Y'all with your fucking cracked out ACs.
Oh,
Me
no.
and Ronnie sitting here crying.
all it takes is a little bit of con.
I have a +1 to my con. Fuck you.
Now.
Listen, it counts.
It's gonna be more for me later because I'm probably gonna put more into my constitution.
You're so
This level.
terrible. Oh no.
Well, it makes sense for you, though, because that's your spellcasting.
Oh, yeah, my divinity is my constitution, so.
Con and Wiz are probably the highest for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, you've all just read this tablet.
And
This door has opened on the other side of the room.
Quirk, did you know there was a door there?
I think somebody was calling him.
God damn it, Quirk! Quirk!
you're like, what? No, I don't know.
Already, he's here!
Sorry, somebody called. Me.
Okay, yeah, no, Kara said, Quirk, did you know that door was here?
No, I definitely would have explored this.
Okay. So, I mean, you've lived in this library for a very long time, and there's just a door. It's
Well, did you not just see what we had to go through to get it open?
I mean, yeah.
Did I have 5 other people with me to even attempt this at the time? You sound silly right now.
Weren't you supposed to know?
And here
Like
it
everything.
begins.
I know what I learn. Nobody's just given knowledge. It's earned.
That's true. Okay, I guess. Well, let's, check it out. Let's see what the fuck it is.
1 second, and Quirk is going to run back to his campsite, gather his alchemical supplies, his tinkerer's tools, a few books that he has laying around for stuff, and
Duh.
yeah,
His fapping
he's got a
paper.
lot of shit.
Yeah, this is boring.
Basically, he's gonna get ready, like get his pack and everything together just in case he needs some stuff, and then join the group again.
Okay.
Okay, I think I'm ready.
All right, let's go. We're gonna figure this out.
Me first.
I just want to point out I have no spell slots going into this hardly, so just.
I mean, if it turns into something bigger, then we could just leave. But I mean, unless Cork heard grumbling and groaning behind this wall all his life, then I don't think there's anything to worry about.
Well, I don't think if anything was living in here, it had anything to eat, so...
Can we just like
Either.
peek in the room and see what's in there?
You'll start walking towards it?
Yes.
I do. Quirk specifically said he's first.
As you make your way to the doorway, you see a staircase that goes about, it's like 15 feet to the bottom. You see it opens up into another room. It's very, obviously you all have dark vision and can see when everything's, black and white without the light. What?
I'm gonna stay in where the original
Main
room
dome.
is.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
It's also even dustier in here than it was in the general library. It's just like this like layer of
It's
it.
the size of Carl.
Kind of, yeah. It's like it's created like a fog slightly in the room. It's obviously a very stagnant smell, kind of similar to the earth plane. Cloud, what was your question?
Oh, I was just curious. I know you said out of game. Next time we level up, our forms might look a little different and stuff. Is there anything like that has changed about us
I
that we
think
can notice right off the bat?
I think that could be something that would happen like over the course of a long rest, where you'll start to wake up and everybody's looking a little bit different.
Gotcha. Okay.
Not like a sudden, yeah.
Yeah, I would also like to mention to the group that the entire time Quark is in the lead, he has like a magnifying glass out and he's overly examining like the stonework and everything else because this is all new to him.
I imagine he puts his like this whole Sherlock Holmes outfit on.
Yes.
Yeah.
All me.
An investigation check to try to get through all the dust and look through the room.
Ooh.
I'm gonna
Since
come
you're
around
getting
on.
close with the magnifying glass.
I'll
maybe.
come around on the side and be like, anything, and tap him with the guidance, even though he probably doesn't need it.
I'll take it. Just want to see how high I can get this number to go.
43.
That is a 29.
Ew.
Damn.
You can make an investigation check for that, Ronnie, and then we'll see the events after we look at this room. Looking around, you can see very clearly, everybody can see this on the right side of the room is kind of, looks like could be a table at first, but it's kind of tilting up on one side and there's almost like a pillow of stone kind of set up, looking kind of like a bed. Not particularly comfortable.
A bed.
Yeah, just like not really a pillow, because pillow would be soft, but more of like a headrest, where it's
Right,
like
right.
raised slightly, where it looks like somebody would rest. On the opposite side of the room, and like the left alcove, Quirk, you're able to see. You're kind of scuffling around looking for everything, kick up some of the dust, and you can see the carved in stone lines of what you believe to be a teleportation circle.
Oh!
Oh!
So
Enemy.
nice! Okay, because earlier I was literally thinking, like, even if Andraste had a piece, if he's never been there, would he be able to actually teleport there?
It would just be harder. But then
Destroy this.
and then also, everybody can eventually see this as y'all look around the room, but Quirk might be the first to notice a kind of little altar or podium with a heavy book with a leather binding and a kind of ruby gem in the front. The like outside of the pages looks like it's like gold leaf.
Okay.
Whoa.
Very nice.
Quark is going to beeline it towards that book, but he's not going to grab it because he's not an elf. He is going to check like the podium and everything to make sure there's no traps or anything like that.
You can make an investigation check. Also, kind of around behind where the book is, there is like some shelves with a very small amount of books kind of set on them, like they're not even standing up, they're just laying flat, and like some kind of like lattice work where 2 to 5 scrolls are placed throughout.
Quark is in heaven. He just found a room with stuff he has never read.
And then investigation.
Ooh. That would be a 27.
27. But you can see there is the like very almost invisible lines kind of going up the podium and creating a square around the book that looks like it is magical in nature. Cloud, you can make an investigation or perception check.
I'll do perception. 21.
These books and scrolls look particularly old. You can see they're like the first book. They're not as large, but they are all still binded very well with like different kinds of leather. You see one even has like almost like a snakeskin over it. Various gems or metal kind of placed around the edges to reinforce the book. And you kind of see that under all of the dust lying on everything. Probably the one thing that stands out to you as you're like scanning over everything the most is one book that, even covered in this layer of dust, is like a sharp, clear blue, and appears to have some kind of like a almost like platinum thin chain going, like creating a cross over the book, where it's like one's going horizontally over it and one's going vertically over it, and they're connected at the front with a little kind of medallion shape that has, let me double check.
Cloud's like, what gold did I find?
It is like 3 circles kind of in like a triangular shape. It's kind of like a puffy triangle with 3 blue eyes placed in like the center of where each circle is. And they're kind of overlapping circles.
Okay.
And you can make a religion check on that.
While he's rolling that, I found like a trap of magical nature, is what you said?
Yeah, that's what you're, some kind of protection over the book.
Okay.
You're not exactly sure what. I guess you could do an Arcana check to try to glean what it could be.
Certainly.
I only got a 13 in my religion.
I think that would be enough to at least recognize it as a symbol of Ayun.
That's it. That's it.
Interesting.
We found it.
Well, yeah, then I'll pick up the book and I say, I think I found what Ayun is looking for.
Well, it looks like a really fancy book, so I'm going to
It's
assume
got his
yes.
symbol on it.
Oh,
So.
then yeah, there you go.
Question. How are we gonna get it to
As you pick up the book, this like cloud of dust comes up with it, and you do sneeze. Quite loud.
Oh, bless
I do
you.
the thing that my cat does, where she's like shakes her head.
Oh, Claude, that was adorable.
Shut up.
You wouldn't mind? I'm trying to concentrate over here.
I'm sorry, jeez, no laughter.
Well, it's not my
Mr.
fault it's so
Mr.
dusty in here.
Mr. Serious, you want to
Well, I mean, the door is over there if you want to leave.
I
Also-
barely just picked up this book.
With a 33, you can recognize the kind of magic that is guarding this book. Resembles a feeble mind spell that would go off upon somebody touching it. And with a 33, you can also determine it is slightly enhanced, I'll say.
Would I
Oh.
be able to get a feeling on like the range of the spell? Like, would it be like a blast outward, or would it be focused on that spot?
Yeah, considering that question, you think the enhancements that you're reading enhance. Because you've read enough magical stuff, even though you're not super, like, using a lot of magical stuff. You've read enough about it to know that feeble mind is kind of a singular thing. This is enhanced in the way that it would create some kind of blast or force out from it.
Oh my god, you would
Bless.
all become stupid in the room and Winona would be the only smart person!
Oh my
Nell's
god.
back there.
Well,
Touch it.
how does your group feel about sacrifices? All of us could leave the room, and the little one could grab it
Whoa!
because I don't think she's really using this up here anyway. So
What? Wait! Huh? Like, she was kind of like looking at the book that Cloud had found for Ayud, and she's sitting utterly offended, mouth dropped. Like, what do you mean, sacrifice?
well, this book is trapped by magical means. I'm not sure how much you particularly know about magic, but there's a spell called Feeble Mind, and it'll make you basically stupid. And I just feel like you'd be.
Oh, so,
Unaffected.
like, I wouldn't be losing that much, is what you're saying, if it's making me stupid, because I'm already stupid, yeah?
I mean, you said it, not me.
Holy shit. So, like, I mean, maybe
Do you think I could just use a dispel magic on
can
this?
it be dispelled? If that would be a better idea first.
You could try.
Give me a minute, and then you can try whatever you want. And Quirk will leave down the hallway because he's not risking his brain. Let me know when it's done.
Oh my god. Kara stands behind Cloud and is like, I'll help you out, I guess.
Well, I'm going to do dispel magic. I have to upcast it at level 4 because
Okay, you'll have to roll
Like, my spell stops
a
like,
roll.
a wisdom check.
I will.
With proficiency or just wisdom?
Don't believe you do proficiency on dispel.
Oh, okay. What did you say, John?
Just roll whatever you roll.
I'm gonna make you roll it one more time, because this is, like, a high thing. And I'm gonna tap you with guidance on the way.
That's a D4.
A d4, and then re-roll, yeah, okay, and then d4 on top of it. There you go.
Quirk also spins an intellect die and adds 4 to that roll also.
Oh!
So that's a 26.
Okay. Fortunately, you got those extra bonuses. The glowing lines become visible now, clearly to both of you as your magic goes into it.
Oh, I rolled the wrong
And
dice.
little kind of sparkles begin to float up in the air as the lines are kind of erased off of the podium. Pedestal. That's the right word.
Okay, you got me a little nervous there, buddy, but I got you. Like, give Cloud a pat.
Yeah, for like a second, Kara, you could see just like a momentary kind of time-stopping flash with this burst going out in the room.
See, and then y'all
But
wonder
that
why. Yeah, y'all wonder why Kara has paranoia. She sees the fuck-ups that are about to happen before the fuck-ups happen. It's good.
It worked.
Kara's
Yeah, I
good.
think it worked.
Kara,
Oh yeah, you can still speak, so it works.
Kara picks up the book and holds it to her chest first as Quirk's coming back, looking at him. I'm gonna teach. Listen, I don't know.
Is Nell in the room?
I don't know where Nell is. He's just kind of vibing.
He's in the corner.
Now before
You just have him at the corner.
before you use your giant superior brain, there are 2 little words you should say for us helping dispel it. It starts with the T.
That's mine.
No. No. First word is a T, second word is a Y.
But it's not yours.
What?
That's yours.
No. It's thank you. Say thank you, and I will hand it to you.
You're welcome.
No, you say thank you.
I thought this guy was supposed to be smart.
He's smart. He's just got no
He has
time.
no social cues. He has no social.
All right. Back up.
I'm still
need
waiting.
room.
I'm still. Backs
Oh, you're
up.
not- Give me my book.
She puts it on the floor so then he has to reach down and get it.
I use Mage Hand and pick it up.
You pick it up.
And I will, like a greedy child, sit down, crisscross applesauce right there on the floor and start reading through it.
Well, I'll say obviously this book's very large. It talks a lot about a lot of stuff. I have a kind of summarized, shortened version of that because I'm not writing a 100-page, however many page book.
Yeah.
Right. But you open it up, you see the first page just says history. And then you go to the second page. Yeah, just history. No other words. You go to the second page, and at the first words say, as if, almost like an author's signature at the top of the page, it says Epona, God of Knowledge.
Oh.
I'm sure you have some kind of speed reading thing, right?
Not particularly, but I can look at anything for a minute and I know it forever.
Okay. You can get through it somewhat quickly still. The first section, you begin to read about details, the world starting, with the 4 elemental gods being born, as well as their native planes, air, fire, water, and earth. And these planes supplied the elemental material forces that began to create the rest of the planar universe, including the kind of starting with the material plane within. I will send the message with the first section. I don't. Let's see.
Is this going to be in Discord?
Yeah, this kind of looks ugly if I'm gonna open it up in the text file. Might be better to look at on the phone, because the format's kind of weird with the whole file thing it does. Let me see.
Ew, yeah, ugly.
Yeah, so it basically goes through. I can just go through the whole thing first, and then at that point I can just share the Google document. Basically, this first section goes through talking about the individual original gods, which Epona has already taught you the name of each and which element or which divinity they connected with, so you can recognize that as you're reading. But starting with the elemental gods creating the moon and the sun, and then between they had created basically the night and day cycle after the events, and during this time, life and death, Yala and Mordecai, were born. This kind of like upset some of the gods because of this kind of like infidelity that happened, because fire and air made the sun, and earth and water made the moon. But life and death were born by air and water, so they kind of like split up and had these births together. So this kind of upset some of the other gods, and they kind of decided we're not going to make any more. However, under the sun's warm light, C4, god of sun, came down, and with Yala, the god of life, they brought Ova, Wodea, and Radia, beasts, plants, and will. And then with the moon, the god of life also had not Orcus.
Whoa! That would have been crazy.
Alcaris, Edos, and Pelios, dreams, peace, and emotions. And as these were her children, she kind of like taught them to love and dance as she did. They started to create further planes as Wodea was kind of shaping the forests of the world to her liking. Alcaris was dancing, creating this plane of dreams. Together, they spent some time together, and when they awoke, they were surrounded by this new forest, empowered by both of their magics, and a portal to a new world, the Feywild. At that point, the god of the wilds, Zunos, stepped out of that portal, along with some of the first elves. Edos and Pelios both went with Radia, the god of will, in different ways. Peace, serenity attracted her, and Pelios' charm attracted her. They made fate and emotion, Lordros and Vora. And Ova and Alcaris created 3 children that would bring a lot of conflicts to the world they had. Vistrix, Shakti, and Epona, the god of chaos, illusions, and knowledge.
Oh my god, Quirk's my brother.
Oh my god.
Not that.
No
Stop.
wonder we got along.
Eus also had many unions beyond the god of life, including the god of force, who brought Repel, the god of magnetism, and Epona, who summoned the god of invention, Kalos. These 2 children, Repel and Kalos, would kind of combine their powers to create dwarves, as they were kind of jealous of the elves of Zunos. Vistrix Vistrix was who the god of the moon spent the most time with. They had the longest relationship, and they birthed Atuna, Kayato, and Jodar. So magic, the sea, and luck. This was the start of a lot of other gods being born as well. Ova and Atos created Tyr, Sa, and Mivia, which were the gods of travel, the astral realm, and time. And when Ova was seduced by another one of Eos's children, Pelios, the god of emotions, they created the most children.
I bet they did.
Gaidir, god of sport, Valhina, god of strength, Sanos, god of speed, Udea, god of vitality, Oros, god of sound, Vodon, god of war, and, finally, Hilo, god of flight.
Jesus.
So they had the most children by far of any of them, and they shook the very heavens when they had these children. And
When
the
they
amount
made these
kind
children.
of the amount of gods that they birthed created like basically another level of chaos. It just like with each new generation of gods, it is just upsetting the world more and more. And Radia, god of will, and Etos, god of peace, were kind of shocked at everything, and this like continued infidelity. Basically, everybody's just sleeping with each other. They decided that they kind of needed someone to balance everything, and that's when they created Baros, god of order, who would kind of take the mantle as the overseer. of the other gods to kind of keep them in line. At this point was when they finally decided, no more gods. That's it. We're done. And that lasted for about 10,000 years.
Jesus.
During that time, the gnomes were born in the Fae by Ocarus. The original orcs were created as soldiers for Vodon, god of war, for his own kingdom. And humans, halflings, dragonborn, and some of like kind of bestial races would come about through Yalas, Eponas, and Ovas, kind of combined meddling of like evolving creatures. Humans and halflings coming from primates, and dragonborn coming from dragons, obviously. In those years, the planes were also formed more thoroughly. Like the current system y'all have now was kind of created at this time. The god of death made the plane of shadow as a place where he could be alone without being disturbed, and as a reflection of the Feywild that he saw made by the other's power. The astral sea was formed along the god of the astral plane's birth, as a realm where like her power could flow through without fucking up all the other planes. The weave that provides the world with magic was woven together by hand through Atuna's magic, and she kind of laced it through everything and all of the planes that were being created. Tyr, the god of travel, created the ethereal plane that would span over the material and elemental planes as a way to travel quickly between them. And then the god of order's great power in the plane created the lawful outer planes, and Vistrix, god of chaos, created the chaotic planes. And it wasn't like a choice that they made, it just kind of happened because of these forces that they represented. The first creatures of those planes were also born just kind of out of the material of the plane. Angels just started to come down from the clouds in what would later be called Mount Celestia, and the first demons started to walk out of the ooze in the abyss. Baros kind of decided to put aside his disdain of Vistrix, and they worked together to kind of order the planes and to create the Outlands in the middle of them, which is where y'all visited Ecstasy, this like completely neutral plane that could connect all the others. Then, at that point, the book shifts kind of. The writing kind of feels a little bit different, and at the top, instead of saying Epona, god of knowledge, it says Maris Wright, sage of Epona. And it details in the millennia that passed, these mortal creations that the gods made starting to get stronger and more civilized, and they began to select leaders of their people who would be connections to the gods, kind of like god kings. And at this time, some of the gods were talking about kind of leaving the land and staying in the outer planes so the mortals could like do their own thing. And some of the other gods, Vodon, the god of war, was like a big one that wanted to stay. They wanted to continue and kind of rule over the mortals. This led to some battles, the death of some of those original gods, and even those who kind of survived in the aftermath of everything that happened, like completely reshaped the world. There were civilizations that were just, 90% of their civilization was just wiped out by a battle, and they had to kind of like grow it back from that. Some of those other gods decided they just kind of felt like they were no longer needed. So the ones who died, their power was kind of released into the world, and some of the ones left alive just decided to do that as well and kind of take their hands off everything, kind of let it go. And the mortals would just be left to rebuild, restore the lands, thanks to like the magic that the gods had given them. And it was probably like maybe a century went by before they'd start to hear anything again from the other gods. There's also another author listed here at the top of this new section that says Adelina Reduce, scribe of Ayun.
Gross.
It talks about a great god being born in the Outlands. It was like one of the first gods, kind of alone. His name was Ea, and he had this kind of collection of all of the energy of the other gods that had been released. Kind of created this balance god. He didn't even really make himself known to mortals. He just kind of took over the throne, metaphorically. And according to him, through this book, it explains that he says he was told by some divine otherworldly presence above him even, you will be the overgod. These realms are in your hands and you have to keep them on track. The age of the original divine has passed and a new age begins, the age of ascension. You must watch over every new divine power, whether ascended through worship or the mortal path. Do not interfere with them otherwise. The gods are guardians of balance, not kings and queens of mortals. And he followed, as they said. He created the divine laws of fate at this point. On these tablets with the divine laws, he would inscribe the names of new gods alongside their portfolios, the things they were worshipped for, and kind of keep them in the lane of whatever they were supposed to be doing. So, like, a god of fire can't start being the god of magic and helping out with, like, fire magic, because that would get into the god of magic's lane. You know, he would kind of separate that. And if any did match in portfolio in these new creations, he would kind of deem that they could fight it out with the loser forfeiting part of their portfolio to another god, or just dying and having the power taken by that god. The portfolios could also be surrendered willingly or even negotiated between two gods. The last option that it details was that there was gods that would merge together, holding the portfolio that they both shared and also the ones that they didn't. So he would approve or reject gods that came before him, including different situations. Like there was mortals who worshipped the elemental or the eternal flame that Etar created in the fire plane so fully that Kasuth, kind of the god of fire, was born from it. Some pantheons of gods were actually accepted from other worlds by Ao. And some gods were born from the energy that the original ones left behind, like Shantea, the goddess of nature, kind of being born from the harvest in Elysium because of Wodea's plant energy. But they were never really, like, aware of their origins. They just kind of started there. At this point, we're halfway through, so I'll share it. Only people with access can open the link. Anyone with the link, copy the link. Okay, where was I?
Oh, Lord.
So there was this big kind of new event, cataclysm, happening that was referred to as the Time of Troubles. Some gods were tired of what Ao was doing with these, like, strict laws and philosophies. And Bane, I believe the god of murder. No. I forget. Bane and Baal. One of them is like the god of torture, and one of them is the god of murder, I believe. And Merkel, the god of death. They stole the tablets of fate from Ao because they thought it would weaken him, and they wanted to rewrite their powers to give them more power, because like all of their powers were listed on the tablet, so they thought they could change that. And then they hid them in the world. And when Ao saw that they weren't there, he called on all of the gods to return them. Nobody did, so he banished every god out of the outer planes into the material plane, where they would be forced to be in a weaker form. And then the one god that wasn't kicked out was Helm, and he was left kind of to guard the outer planes from any of the gods returning. Ao thought a lot of them were too obsessed with the path to power, so sending them to the material plane was kind of their punishment to have them recognize that. Because of the gods not being able to share their powers out, a lot of arcane and divine magics. They would be either really limited or unpredictable, if not impossible to use. A lot of gods also died, and new ones came about during this time. Mistra was killed because she tried to go to the outer planes without the tablets, because magic was getting fucked up, and she was like, I have to protect the weave and make sure it's still running so people can use it. And Helm killed her with a punch. Bane and Torm killed each other, battling for one of the tablets. And Baal was slain by Cyric, who was immortal at the time. Finder Wyvernspur, who y'all remember from the Gates of the Moon, is kind of like one of Tamora's friends. I believe it was the demigod of like music and bards a little bit. He killed Moander, and this was after the split happened, getting the divine power for himself. So Finder Wyvernspur ascended at the time. Merkel was killed by Midnight using an amulet that had some of Mistra's power in it. And Torm eventually got resurrected later because he was technically doing what he was supposed to do as like a god of justice and protection and everything. And then Bane eventually came back as well later through a resurrection. So then at that point they both, Cyric and Midnight with Kelemvor, all mortals at the time, brought back the tablets that they retrieved to Ao. Ao ascended. Cyric, and as a god of vengeance, murder, death, kind of the stuff that Baal, Bane, and Merkel had. Midnight took over Mistra's power, and even her name, she continued, even though she was a different person, she was just kind of like a reincarnation of Mistra as far as mortals were concerned. Kelemvor, before being able to return the tablets, was killed by Cyric, and kind of like a betrayal. There was a god hidden in the sword who took Kelemvor's soul and hid it, which later on Kelemvor would come back with the sword and kill Cyric and then take over the portfolio, the new Watcher over the Dead. At that point, everything was kind of settled. The world was still kind of in disarray, the mortal world, but the gods were all kind of back in the outer planes. There was areas where wild magic would constantly go off. There was areas called dead magic zones where nobody could use magic. And there was a lot of wars that broke out between the mortal groups. Cyric, at this point, would kind of get some of his power back and would work with Shar to get vengeance on Midnight and Kelemvor. He was able to kill Midnight, who was Mistra, kind of, and the weave got fucked up again. But worse. Waves of blue flames went out across all of the plains, and it ravaged and morphed a lot of the land, destroying some places. Magic was made mostly useless, and mages actually had to find new ways to cast spells, like using different components and things like that. And Midnight/Mistra's realm was also destroyed, which killed Savras and sent Azuth, her other helper, to the Nine Hells, where Asmodeus stole his power. Cyric was tried for his actions by Lathander, Tyr, and Sune, and put in a prison that would hold him 1,000 years. This was around
999 years ago.
yeah, this was around like 500 years ago.
Okay.
And this event that happened with the Blue Flames was almost as destructive to the planes as the first kind of war that happened between the original gods. The next section then starts with a new name, Taisto Valdemar, Scribe of Ioun. As you can see, it kind of starts off with a lot of time passing between the gap. Kind of a century has passed in the land. Magic has slightly returned to normal, or at least was like calmer than it was. It's still kind of fucked up. And there was a powerful archmage that found pieces of Mistra's power and soul, kind of like items, like Horcruxes, and with that was able to absorb the blue flames, give them to her, and that power kind of brought her back to life, and she could start to restore the weave. Shortly after this, the gods heard about Lord Ao, in attempt to assist in the restoration of the flames that happened, which they called the Spell Plague. He began to rewrite the divine laws of fate and reorganized some of the portfolios again, with more flexibility, not as strict laws. The gods weren't exactly sure what was going to happen, so it started to stress a lot of them out and kind of make them panic, because they didn't know if they would be losing a lot of power. So they began to choose mortal people to represent them as speakers, as champions, and these chosen would do the missions in the mortal plane, since at this point the gods were kind of trying to stay out of it. The people would do their stuff for them. So this led to more people fighting against each other, trying to protect the world. Between these wars being led by the Chosen and more magical natural disasters, lots of gods had different things going on. Some not as important as much, but lots of stuff. Thanks to the Chosen of Asmodeus and Enlil, a deal was made that would bring one of Enlil's allies back to life. And this was kind of to free Asmodeus of the power of Zeus, because it was kind of fucking stuff up. So he resurrected Enlil's ally as still an immortal, but no longer a god. And in that process, Azuth was able to escape, as his power was kind of being used for this ability. And they were separate gods again. Shar was working hard in this age to use her Chosen to corrupt the world. She was using the Shadowfell, creating rifts to it so that the shadow would destroy parts of the world and attack Mistra and her Chosen. She was trying to create a kind of dark version of the weave called the Shadow Weave. Mistra and her allies were able to finally defeat her, and Mistra got back to full strength, completed her restoration of the weave, and stopped the Shadow Weave from being unleashed into the material plane. They called this the Second Sundering. Those whole kind of events with Mistra and all of the Chosen. And the world started to working on recovering from Shar's destruction, as well as a lot of the destruction of the other cataclysms and ages, because there hasn't been like a good time to actually fix the world. It just keeps getting tossed around again. But as AO redid the new divine tablets, it really started like the mortals running things again, and the gods becoming a lot less quiet, but still in the world, just in the outer planes. So they were starting to fix all that. This is when Anterda was founded by King Antarin. Bountyforth was founded by Queen Fligmu Flimagnap,
Jesus.
What the fuck?
the Gnome Queen. Iranidae was actually just an island. Like, it just had the name Iranidae. But the elves kind of took it over and started to re-civilize it, regrow some of the forests that were there. And this was led by King Eridae Fawin II. The hills in the area of that was taken by King Pimrin Gelson, a halfling who could recognize the incredible benefits of having the entire west coast and all of the trade of the elves. An orc war chief named Narinash took a lot of the land that the other people didn't want. She got a lot of desert, she got a lot of swamp. It's just not necessarily the best for a civilization to move forward, and naming it Orgra. And then the mountain ranges, Orgra, that's the name of the orc country. And then the mountain ranges of Halas were claimed by the dwarves, as they already had their citadels in place there. They just didn't really have it like claimed as their land. And they named the land Valtros after their king that died during that second sundering, Valtra Blessbranch. And then you turn the page, and it's blank, and you turn the page, and it's blank, and it seems like whoever was writing that last section kind of just stopped, or whatever happened. But you do know, with your knowledge, just I think offhand, you would know the first country that was founded was probably around 500 years ago. So that's when this book would have stopped being written as well. Like, perhaps left behind, perhaps forgotten, perhaps
So
hidden. You're not sure.
So what you're saying is Quirk has 500 years worth of history to go through and add to this book.
Oh my god.
But
I
there
mean,
was some crazy stuff there.
That's a
Does anybody
lot.
have any thoughts?
I mean, it seems like the gods really just tore themselves apart because of the whole thing with the tablets. That's what I got out of it. I was like, these people are fucking each other up and taking
And-
mortals with it.
Just because I know I did call them, they are technically tablets, these ones are different from the tablets y'all are aware of.
Okay.
Obviously, AO wrote these tablets. The tablets y'all are aware of, from your understanding, the court wrote. So,
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna write that in my notes. 'Cause that's okay.
Yeah, I feel like after reading this and explaining it to everybody, this would just like more stabilize Quirk's opinion on the gods, because it's like you could take literally a history book from human civilization and put it side by side to this, and it would like almost be the same.
I mean, yeah, but they did end up just acting almost mortal in a sense, because it was all based off of their beliefs, their feelings, their opinions, and then they fought over it, which is literally exactly what we did.
And it was like greed, infidelity, murder, betrayal, like all of that. It's just human qualities in gods.
So then who are we to not have those qualities in ourselves?
there you go.
Mhm.
Also, I would say, in the time that y'all waited and Quirk was kind of sharing these details of what y'all were reading, the investigation could have happened. I imagine, and you can include anything you think would be there, John, but I imagine there's stuff about alchemical formulas and practices, since you've been kind of working with that. Language stuff, I'm sure, which could be like literal books teaching languages, or just like a poem book from the abyss that you can like use to learn stuff.
In particular, I was gonna glance at the shelves and see if there's any book that has no dust on it.
Well, in this room that you're in, there are no shelves. It is like this kind
Yeah.
of like large dome with the only thing sitting in it is that large tablet, although he does have stacks of books around the room.
Yeah. And none of those books would have dust because they've been used.
Okay.
But yeah, basically like what Hunter said, a lot of like alchemical stuff. Particularly, he's right now trying to work on, which I disturbed him on, is he's trying to figure out how to create a chemical solution that he can throw a vial and it will explode. Just based on the chemical reaction.
I'm sure there's also books about other planes, creatures from them.
Different weapons and how to use them, because I can teach y'all how to do that too for a day.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna find some interest in those creatures from other planes.
I love that. He goes, don't touch anything, and Winona's touching everything! We're left her unattended!
You can make a investigation check to pare down which ones of those you see.
I just imagine while we were waiting for Quirk to finish his book, Kara's just like leaning on the wall, really bored, and every once in a while, because of the dust, she's just. Well,
Right.
I'm
That's
gonna
what
use
you-
my meditation.
I thought didn't you already use your meditation? I
I
can't
used
remember.
my Tides of Chaos.
The other one was Tide
Alright.
the Chaos.
That's what you get.
That's what you get.
The pages are stuck together. Clark!
Let's see which plane you pick up. Because with that,
my
you're
fault.
probably gonna hone in on one.
What plane do you get?
Mm,
I feel like it was a 6. You picked up the Kama Sutra instead.
The conversation.
I feel like Winona would be completely oblivious as to all the history talk that Quirk said in the other room. So then when we just start talking about it later, Winona's gonna be like, what?
you find a book about Eastgard, also known as the heroic domains of Eastgard, or Gladsheim. It's kind of a chaotic good, chaotic neutral plane, which is heavily influenced by the Norse pantheon, one of which came from. I talked about how like some of the gods Ao accepted were pantheons from other worlds that were coming over, and in this case it would be the Norse one that came over. At one point, well, yeah, it's kind of more, but yeah, this is the book you were able to find.
Winona says, ugh. Throws it.
Yeah, that's something I need to know for my character. Do you put it back where it was exactly?
Yes, I made sure to leave everything undisturbed. Like, I put my hand on the book, flipped a few pages, and then flipped it back.
I just want to throw that out there, Hunter. In my class, it specifically says he has photographic memory, so he will know if anything is different.
At this point, you could probably hear the conversation getting more lively again as they're starting to talk about what they learned in the book.
Yeah, Kara would openly say about what I had said earlier about my thoughts. Like, they really just fucked each other up because of their fucking beliefs and shit, honestly. So, maybe in a sense, Quark, you are right when it comes to the gods aren't so different as us.
I usually am right.
He's worse than Andraste!
I'm still just curious, like, I still feel like our situation is different because there's still not been much mention about
This.
in that book. There wasn't a mention of like
The original
the
divines
gods.
returning.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
say... Well, you said the pages got blank, right? So, like, maybe then they would have wrote about
Yeah, as
it?
you were
know
reading
about
through
this
the
quirk
book.
about
what?
the original about the original gods like, being inside of us. Did you notice the quirk?
Wait, did you say there was no mention of the original gods coming to...
Well, there was obviously there was the
there
whole story
was?
about the line of the original gods, and then it talked about them kind of releasing their power.
Oh yeah.
But
And
then there was
there were some gods that were born from it, like Shantaea, but it wasn't a direct Shantea has Wodea inside of her too. It was like the energy that was left behind kind of made her. There's no mention of like the original gods ever returning in any way. And as you're kind of with like the different authors that are on through the different sections, you can, I mean, I'm sure Quirk at least can determine that these were the different writers of the book throughout time.
Yes.
You know, Epona wrote the first section, then her helper wrote that little middle section about mortals because the gods had left at that point. And then until the next gods came back, then suddenly it was like scribes of Iyun that were starting to write.
Y'all noticed at this point, Quirk has pulled out a quill and ink from his bag and has already wrote on the next blank page, Quirk, scribe of knowledge.
Oh. Okay, wait, I like that though. I like that though.
I have 500 years worth to fill in.
I mean, it gives you something to do, right? So, it's interesting stuff. You know, wait, wasn't there something where... Oh, fuck, there's like 6 pages here I'm not going to be able to find exactly. Didn't they talk about, too, like, they picked mortal champions? Some gods picked...
Yes, that was in, like, the last kind of bit of major time before the current world started to come into play with the countries and everything and the current leadership. This was when the tablets were being rewritten and the gods didn't know what was going to happen, so they had started to... They were still trying to stay out of the material plane, but they were just as involved because they had these specific chosen that would act as their champions and do things for them.
I mean, that was probably like the only thing that would be closest to us, but still not.
Yeah, that's more just like a super cleric or super paladin even.
Winona's gonna walk in. So what's everybody talking about in here?
Oh, nice of you to join us.
We found books.
There's a lot of books.
Would it be okay to just like have the others just explain what
I think
was explained?
Quirk can share all that information very easily, although it may give you a minor headache from the amount.
Yes. Quirk is going to walk over and grab you by both sides of the face, and he will use transfer knowledge, and literally everything he knows about that book is going to go into your brain.
I want to do it right here.
It's too late, he doesn't know.
As he puts his hands up, his eyes go white, kind of like cloudy white, and looking into them, there's just this rush. You can feel the information going in your head. You can start to call it out or like think about different moments. You know it all. You do get a minor headache. We'll say 1 psychic damage.
He will also slip in a few images of his dick in there.
Wild magic, please.
She rolled!
Okay, guys, I'll be back for a little bit.
Did you just go to the astral plane? No way! That's so ironic! No fucking way!
Oh my god.
She said.
Well, I was just reading it over, and it was like telling like I could put like thoughts and images. So I was like, this would be a good moment for that.
So like at that point, when Winona just pops out of existence, Kara goes, Quark! What the fuck?
I didn't. All I did was the same thing I did with you.
Where did she go?
I don't know. She did this a lot.
Must have done her.
Yes.
Well,
kind of.
You pop in. This time you are not floating in an open space. You appear to be standing on some kind of
solid floor here.
Rock island. You can see the edges of this little island. It is not very large, but the small part you're standing on, it looks like a mosaic on the ground under you and like part of a pillar, but it almost cuts off in like a sharp way, almost like you're standing on a piece of what was once something else in some other place.
How much time do I have here?
think a minute. Is
Okay.
it? Or is it just a round?
Well, it says until the end of my next turn. So would that be just
Okay,
like
so
a
yeah,
few
like
seconds?
about like 10 seconds. You're standing on this thing. Uh, in the astral realm, you actually can only see out to like 200 feet. Everything else is just like this pink fog, and you can start to see rocks kind of floating out of it, but it's almost like they appear out of thin air the way that it looks as they come through the fog. Um, in this short time, overhead, a very large familiar creature floats into your vision of radius, almost like it's, again, appearing out of thin air, but not noticing you, and floating forward back into the mist. And behind it, you can see this tail that just doesn't stop. Like, even if it lifts the whole time that you're still in the astral plane, the tail is just continuing to slither past, and it's just like indefinitely long.
Oh my god!
Steven! I thought you were dead!
In the Probably in the last second, in the pink fog, you see a very large, glowing three eyes in a triangle formation, calling out for the text, but then you flash out.
Oh my god!
No fucking way! Dude!
Okay, so
You pop back in, and Quirks, I imagine you're crouched down, closely investigating the floor as her 2 feet pop in next, like around your head, kind of framing your vision.
Oh. Cork sneaks a look up.
Kara punch.
palm of my hand and meets his face.
Oh yeah, no, Kara also punches him.
It happens.
Like, oh, listen here, you little pervert.
He was distracted by the look, so you get the slap off easily.
Yeah, Kara gives him a nice fucking punch in his gut, and he's like, "Dirty old fuck!"
Who has the book?
Cloud has the
I
book,
think I'm at
the Ayun book.
The main book?
would
Yeah, I
Quirk
got
let go of it.
Quirk read it, right?
No.
Okay. Or no, the
I don't
Ayun
think
book.
Quirk would let it go.
Cloud has the Ayun
Oh.
book.
I had the
Sorry.
Iron book.
Okay. I popped over to the astral plane. Got to see Steven again, and learned exactly how big he is. But I think Ayun came to see me, and was asking about the book.
Oh,
Oh,
So
well.
thanks, Quirk. I accidentally found her, and I know where to take the book now.
do we have to
Good
go
job.
to the astral plane?
Yes. I mean, we all don't have to. I could possibly just, pop in and pop back
Right,
here.
right, because that's smart. So we're gonna all go
I
in
wanna
with you
go.
together. Oh,
Oh, well.
Kara gives a tug to Winona to pull her down, and is like, "Are we really gonna be stuck with this guy longer than this day?"
So I'm gonna bend down and I'm gonna whisper in Quirk's ear.
Oh, she's whispering it.
Literally.
So, buddy.
Were there any other books that was like lying around that were like noticeably like that stand out, or is it just like the one IU book?
Make another perception check to take in the other ones.
Actually, at this moment, Cork is putting the big book that he got in his bag, and he's going to go start looking through those.
Let me think. There's one book that is titled mythic and forbidden magics.
Ooh.
Okay.
That one stands out.
Take that.
Pick that up. What?
Nice
So both
whisper.
have y'all's hands on
Nice
it. as
whisper.
I mean, I don't really care if y'all read it.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Yeah.
So I'm imagining y'all both have your hand on the book at this point, and y'all are both holding it between you. What happens?
I mean, it is
mean-
your library, but
Both of the low charismas to talk.
Can you
Have an
even
awkward moment.
read?
what do you mean? Of course I can read. I'm not stupid. Just.
I'll take it. Thank you. Lupus.
Are you letting go, Clef?
What?
Are you letting go?
Yeah, I'll begrudgingly let go.
Good, because the power word was coming next.
I'm also gonna. Quark, do you happen to have a piece of paper and a pen? So,
Of course. I reached into my bag and pull out a piece of parchment and a jar of ink and a quill.
Yeah, Car's just making faces in the background, like, geez, fucking replace me then. It's fine, I guess.
so
Wait.
Winona's gonna try and sketch the creature that she had been seeing. So I think she had seen him enough times to get a good visual.
Oh, okay.
This is something that I've been seeing over in the astral plane, and I decided to name him Steven. He hasn't bothered me none, but and I'll turn it to face them. He's
Ew.
quite large.
Oh.
And
Your line work needs some. What?
line work. Nobody likes things too perfect.
You make a charisma or like a performance check to.
She's gonna roll like a 2. Then we're really gonna be like, line work.
Or like sleight of hand, but instead of using your dexterity, you have to use charisma. I think that would be good too.
Okay, well, I'm gonna use mine.
It's fine, at least she has a plus whatever.
She
Yeah,
somehow
it's pretty good.
managed to shade with a quill.
It's one of those things where like there's just like a few lines for the lighter shading and then heavier lines for the darker shading.
Very anime.
I mean, you can make a Arcana or religion check to see what you know about the creature.
Of course I would do that.
Steven!
That's not great. And I'm going to add an intellect die because I did not roll it well.
That was a single digit roll.
That is a 31 off of an 8.
Off of an 8?
Oh god.
So they are called astral dreadnoughts. They are known to be enormous and terrifying monstrosities in the astral plane that haunt the void. Planar travelers often shudder at the very thought of them. Supposedly they've been in the astral plane since the dawn of time, possibly even being created when Saw was born.
Oh.
They are as big as an ancient red dragon and covered from head to toe in layers of thick spiked plates.
No.
You can get one of the defensive traits, one of the kind of passive or ongoing traits that it might have, or one of the more offensive traits. And you can get, what did you get on the roll?
A 31.
You can get 2. You can pick 2. Actually, no, we'll do 3. We'll do 3. One for getting the roll, one for 5 over, and another one for 10 over. So 3.
Could I just get 1 from each?
Okay. Yeah. You know, let's roll to see if you get resistances or immunities. Even, odd. Even. It is resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks. Its hide is just too thick. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see which one. 2. It is considered an astral entity, and because of that, cannot leave the astral plane, nor can it be banished or otherwise transported out of the astral plane.
That's literally.
Thank God.
You don't understand. I was like, when do I complain ship that thing out of there?
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
1. For its offensive ability, it has a very dreadful bite attack that, out of game terms, if it reduces a creature to 0 hit points or it bites a creature that's incapacitated, it swallows it.
Oh.
The special thing about the swallowing, you get like a special extra thing on this one. Creatures swallowed by astral dreadnoughts are transported to a demi-plane that can be entered by no other means except a wish spell or eating a creature and swallowing it. A creature can leave only by using magic that enables planar travel. It resembles a stone cave around 1,000 feet in diameter with the ceiling 100 foot high, and it contains the remains of any past meals. It can't be harmed from within. And if it dies, the demi-plane disappears and everything inside it appears outside of the corpse. The demi-plane is otherwise indestructible.
So...
Does Quirk mention all that?
Feed our enemies to that thing.
What?
Does Quirk mention all that?
Yeah.
At the hearing of eating and consuming, she goes, okay, so let's move on from this topic. I would like to go and, read stuff.
Before we do that, dear, we have to decide who's going to be taking that book.
What do you mean?
What
Don't you remember, dear? We had made a deal.
Oh, you mean take the book to the god?
Did you say the thought? What did you say?
The god.
Oh, I thought you called her a thought. I thought you called her a thought.
Exactly, love. I mean, it's the chance now to prove that you've had something that even the God of Knowledge herself didn't even have.
Are you kidding me?
But now you're telling me I have to fight one of those things.
I never said anything about fighting one of those things, love. I've been there about 3 or 4 times and I've seen it each time and he's never bothered me none. Stephen's quite a lovely creature. And if you're so worried about it, I can do it myself.
I mean, this is a great opportunity for knowledge. For the sake of, I do have a new book I have to fill.
I mean, if there's not one as knowledgeable as you, I'm sure I could find someone else who would love this knowledge.
I feel like you're trying to coerce me in this situation.
Like you are coercing me with some grotesque images?
What? What? What?
That wasn't so much a coercion, just more of a preview of the show.
What?
Well, if you'd like to purchase any if you'd like to sell any tickets to the show, I'm gonna need that book, love.
Which book? There's a few books in here.
The one that Cloud is holding points to
Oh.
Cloud.
I don't even have it. Why are you talking to me?
Oh, I thought he...
No,
Was
why
that
are
not
you?
the book he begrudgingly took from Cloud?
That was a
No,
different
that
book.
was,
That was a different
a
book.
That was about magic.
spooky stuff.
Okay.
I'm like, yeah, why are you trying to
I'll
convince him?
Cloud
Why are you
and-
trying to convince him to come with us so hard?
I'm just gonna kindly, like, position myself in front of Cloud.
Okay, well, Cloud was still trying to look through these books to see if there were other ones that stood out, because I only got to that first one, and I feel like Hunter had more to say. I don't know if there were other books.
Winona feels like it's better to ask forgiveness than permission.
You see some scrolls that stand out with particular design. Some cases, I mean. The scrolls are in cases.
Oh, what do
The
they
gate
look
scroll.
like?
I'm just kidding.
There's no way he's gonna give that to us.
The
I'm gonna open them
the
up.
like outside of them have various colors of leather, kind of on the outside of the case, with the lids being decorated with gems and gold and silver. Popping the first one off, you see there's a scroll inside, as well as you think in between that you see like a crystal rod and a vial kind of sliding it out delicately. It looks like it has quicksilver inside of it.
Okay.
I don't know this stuff, and I don't know how to know this stuff.
Looking at kind of opening it up a little bit, looks to be magical in nature, so you could do an Arcana check to try to determine what you're looking at.
Please.
Let's see what extra level. 21.
Oh,
This is called, the title of it says Create Magen, and the instructions describe first that the last component, a life-sized human doll, is not included and will be needed for this casting. And then it gives instructions on placing this vial of quicksilver in the chest of the doll, also stuffed with ash and dust around it. And then you stitch up the doll, drip some of your own blood on it, and tap it with the crystal rod, and it will transform into what is called a magen, dressed in the clothing that the doll is wearing. As part of this summoning, dependent on which of the three magen you're summoning, your hit point maximum will be reduced slightly. And it will obey your commands until it is killed.
Okay.
that's not terrifying at all.
And then the other scroll. So there was two.
Yes. Taking off the... Opening the case on this one. The components you see inside appears to be a kind of shard, like almost dagger-sized, of onyx, and it explains that you have to drop some of your blood onto the shard of onyx, cutting yourself with it, both of which will be consumed. And then it is called a dark star. It creates a large sphere that will have magical darkness and crushing gravitational force, making it difficult terrain. Non-magical dark vision can't see through it. Non-magical light can't illuminate it. No sound can be created within or go through the area. Any creature entirely in it is immune to thunder damage and are deafened. Casting a spell that includes a verbal component is impossible. Also, any creature that enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there has to make a Constitution saving throw, and they would take 8d10 force damage on a failed save. A creature reduced to 0 hit points by this damage is disintegrated.
Oh my god.
What was
No.
that called?
Dark Star.
Dark Star.
Didn't even know that was a spell.
I knew that was a spell.
The gears are turning in my brain right now. The gears are turning in my brain right now. I don't know if anyone sees that.
So, what's the setup right now? Winona and Kara are standing in front of me, and Cloud's across the room, touching all the Quark shit.
What's that Quark shit?
To be clear, I had said that Winona was standing in front of
Yeah.
Cloud.
I assume like while I'm looking through all this stuff, she pops up in front of me.
Nick Carr's probably just observing in a corner, just arms crossed.
The last scroll you open contains a gold and crystal vial that appears to have almost like a sparkling golden water inside of it. And about 3 very large diamonds. And I forgot to make you roll for the last one, but you have to roll a religion check to determine what is in here.
I rolled a 17 perception.
No. Okay.
14 religion.
Who could have gotten that?
You know this is, like, you can determine the symbols, and it's stuff you've seen before. It is a cleric spell, but you are not able to determine which spell exactly.
Okay. Well, I
What's
mean,
up?
I'm gonna be like saying what I find as I find it, so not like being secretive about it.
Oh, so Quark is aware?
Yeah.
Okay, well in that case, you have all the things on you now?
I mean, yeah, I'm just like picking them up and.
Okay, as long as you're holding them in this moment. Quark will look at Kara, and you see his eyes not go white this time, but more dark gray, and his
Oh my God.
voice gets extremely guttural. Shift! I need you and Cloud to both make a charisma save.
Oh my God. Why? What?
Who in Cloud?
Me and Claude.
Hey, come on. Go on, sir. Go on, get down.
Well, let's see. Ooh, card just failed.
Wow!
So what you see is basically both of them pop out of existence for a split second and appear where each other were.
Oh! What? What?
Okay.
May I see that?
See what? Which one?
All of it. It all technically belongs to me.
Oh.
You didn't fucking know that this existed until now. You're lucky that we even
Yeah.
came here to open this for you.
This is my library.
Yeah, but that's the information for everybody on that tablet and in this room, so... Now you gotta be a dick and
I mean,
use
you
whatever
can-
that fucking thing is.
I mean, we could share.
Yeah, I'm simply asking to see what was in the room.
So being the one holding it, saying we can share.
Well, this is after he like yanked that book out of my hand earlier, so.
I didn't make it. You moved away. You decided to move away.
I don't like him. I swear to God, if we have to be stuck with this guy, I'm gonna be really annoyed.
Oh yeah, I guess I'll hand him some of the stuff to observe.
Okay. Oh, he will quickly glance over the scrolls, knowing that he doesn't do magic, and give them back to you. Simply the fact that you went over and started grabbing his shit.
Do you want to make a religion check for that last one?
Uh, 32.
Damn, what is your religion?
17.
He has been waiting for this day.
This is a true resurrection scroll and the material components to cast it. That being a vial of holy water and diamonds worth 25,000 gold pieces.
I don't like the fact that he just handed that to us! Why the fuck?
Well, considering, might be fighting whatever that thing is that she drew, the Astral Dreadnought. Y'all might need this, so feel free to take it.
What about the other two?
I gave it back already.
Oh.
He's more of like obsessive, like he wants to know, like he wants to be the first to know. Like
He's got to be the first. Got it.
Yep.
Okay. I see. I literally was like, you greedy fuck. Oh.
He's
I
not
don't-
really being selfish with it. He just wants to know. Like
He's being
it's
selfish
he's
with who
excited.
gets the knowledge first.
like he said he wanted to be the first one in the room first.
Yeah. You see, Cloud. You see a hand rise up from below. Can I hold on to the Dark Star one?
Oh, yeah. There you go.
You can do magic.
I've been practicing, but I'm more have an idea with this spell that I want to hold on to and not have someone pop in a random fight.
And what idea is that, love?
I don't know. It's whatever you take it to be. Oh, what my idea? I thought you were talking about like, what do you mean, Hunter?
He didn't move his controller.
That's a good idea. I should move my controller. Wait, he's texting. It went to me. LOL.
I just always change my settings where I don't have to worry about it.
Come here, handsome.
I just like. I have to fall asleep to my TV on my PlayStation, and after a while it'll turn off on its own. That's why I don't ever change it. Because I know I'll forget to change it once I do change it.
I used to do that, and my electricity bill was like an extra $60. I was like, yeah, no, we're good.
I love how y'all always think the worst of my characters.
Not y'all. I have said nothing bad about Quirk.
Okay.
I'm saying
Well,
shit.
it was just because of that instant where you like picked up the book and then wouldn't let it go. I was like,
Stop being a bad kitty.
Welcome back.
-1 charisma.
Shut the fuck up! You can't use that forever, you
two
asshole!
-1 charisma characters looking at each other like.
Well, that's what I was gonna do. What I did.
I believe Kara was about to say something to
Winona, because
Winona, yeah.
I said I have an idea with the scroll, and then Winona said, what idea is that? A really stupid idea that I'll talk about later.
Winona's gonna cast message and say it. Come on.
Zashim.
Winona laughs. Alright, so, I'm gonna be leaving to give her this book now. Does anybody want to come with me?
Right now. You want to do it right now.
You think maybe we should at least
Like,
rest first?
right now.
Don't
Can we... Hold on. Because I don't want to sound like I'm like...
I understand the concern.
We don't have to
But
do...
I have found myself a little tiefling that I have grown quite fond over. And I know that this text right now is the one thing in between him and finding something he's been searching his whole life for. Since he found out that man was alive again.
Nell from the corner is like, are you talking about me?
We're talking about you!
Oh, I forgot you were here!
Me too for a second.
It's super easy.
He was living out his fantasy that Nell was dead, and then he suddenly was like, wait. Came back to reality.
Yeah, I heard.
I mean, personally, I would love to come with you. So then, if God forbid something pops out, then we'll be together. But
Also,
I'm
we're in the middle of a library where like
just,
all the answers are. Like, then we want
I'm
to look around.
at least if we wait till tomorrow, Winona, just so then we can rest, because it has been a long day so far.
Oh, dinner guest.
Oh
I
my
don't.
God, I just welcomed myself in. I'm so sorry. Yeah, if you don't mind, if we
Oh,
stay.
it's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
it's fine. It's been a while since I've had guests.
Ugh, well,
Um,
I might need to clean up a little bit.
what, Winona?
I did want to say, I really don't think it would be like a long trip. I think it would be rather quick,
I,
and I don't think I've yet to be attacked there.
I mean, you've been there for 10 seconds each time. There wasn't enough time to have anything settle. I,
And if I had the book, I could have given it to her in those 10 seconds.
I,
That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to
okay.
push you to go tonight. We can go tomorrow, but you're thinking it's going to be much bigger and much worse than I think it's going to be.
Well,
I
I
mean,
mean,
you know me. I'm paranoid.
Mountain out of a molehill, love.
I don't really know you people too well, but I have to agree with the little one. It's better to be safe and prepared than
Car.
just do things.
One thing you've learned about us in time is we always like to be prepared. But are we? No. Never.
It's
Not once.
it's funny because she's kind of been giving Quirk like this side attitude for a bit, and then when he said that, she kind of beamed a little bit. She doesn't know how to feel towards him right now.
Cara's like, I was heard.
I was hurt.
It was the most logical option that he heard.
Oh my God. Okay. Now what? What? I mean, giant library. Maybe we're hungry. We could. I
Did
don't
your
know.
characters have any thoughts about the tablet that y'all read? 'Cause we didn't really get into that.
Oh, we didn't. Yeah, we didn't actually get into that. We got into that out of game.
Makes you stressed out about the room.
Yeah.
The room.
The room.
This is honestly about what I was expecting, Hunter. Like a room with more books in it, or like a tablet on the wall or something. That's what I was thinking.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's more stuff, I guess, about us, right? But it's still all this fucking cryptic messages that pisses me the fuck off.
I mean, it sounds like it was history now. It seems to me that these events had already
Happen?
transpired.
Prisoner? Or was there was a sacrifice involved then? Like a, do you think someone kind of like took the chains in place of her?
At
Yeah.
the Scholomance, y'all do remember, kind of as a reminder, what y'all know about Ursa's origin is that she was kind of like
Demon.
a devil in the 5th layer of the hells. You can make a religion check to see what y'all know about that layer.
Right.
go for it.
Well, I have advantage on that with both of my characters because of the hells from Nell.
Clearly, Kara doesn't keep up with anything that they're talking
Give
about.
it just to see.
Also,
Yeah.
for flavor,
Wow.
whenever I teleport to the astral plane with my wild magic, can I go in like the pink mist that you see there?
Sure.
Okay.
Nell got a 19 and Quirk got a 30.
Good cloud.
I got a 14.
Cloud, you know everybody knows that the fifth layer is called Stygia. Stygia. Was either a bottomless ocean covered by an ice sheet, an incredibly thick one, up to 3 miles, or a frozen sea salted with huge icebergs. Nell could know it is under the layer called Phlegathos, which is like the closest thing to like what you actually think of with hell, like fiery, eternal damnation, active volcanoes, rivers of lava. And under it is Malbolge. There's a very large kind of metropolis of demons, fortresses. But back to Stygia. There's also a few floating islands that are kind of outside of the ice. And the sky is always coal black. No stars, no moon or anything. Storms occasionally raged, and that's probably where quirk knowledge is getting into. And lightning would strike the ice and islands, and something called cold fire would erupt. Just like white flames of extreme cold. One of the greater islands that floated around held the city of Tantalin. Just like a cross-planar kind of trading post, because it was on the river Styx that ran through Stygia. But the kind of archdevil or archdevils of Stygia are Levistus, which is a swashbuckler-like character that is frozen in a large glacier with many ice-based powers, and a monstrosity named Geryon, with the lower half of a snake, kind of man on the upper half with bat wings coming out the back, demon wings. And they kind of battled over the realm. Back to Orsa. In part of this battles that they were having during the distractions of it, Orsa attempted to defeat Levistus and kind of take his throne as the archdevil, but she failed and was imprisoned in a giant glacier, unable to get out. And I believe you came to the conclusion that when you saw her kind of return, that was her breaking free from that, and the guy kind of, I believe, died and went away with it.
Huh.
So just to remind on that information while we're talking about that first line.
Well, I still fucking hate that we gotta get this laid out to us like this instead of just being up front and telling us, like, this is what we're meant to do. This is why you got this. Blah, 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 blah. Like, nothing.
You're dealing with the gods. Nothing's up front or easy.
Yeah, I've learned that the hard way.
That's what I just said.
No, I know. I just tell me. Okay.
Is she? Well, you guys are pretty interesting. The more y'all talk about the things that y'all do, maybe I should write about y'all.
Wow. I mean,
are you gonna then? What are you
if
gonna
we
do?
are to be the next to ascend, Might be.
I still want to know if we have a choice with that. Like, do we just have no fucking choice?
Well,
There
maybe the answers are
There's
here.
always a choice.
Say again, Quark? You were saying something.
Maybe the answers are here.
Maybe. I mean, it's
You
kind
just have
of...
to ask the right questions.
That's the right questions. Well, I can't do that.
Well, what are the right questions?
You don't know until you ask it.
Are we allowed to indulge information in your library? Maybe that's a start.
Yes, thank you for asking for permission. What was your name? I keep calling you Little One. I don't think you've actually told me your name.
Well, little one brings me back to old times, but it's Kara.
Oh, pretty simple. Should have guessed.
That's why you don't know my real name, motherfucker.
Well, yes, feel free. Just put things back.
In the exact spot.
I have a very particular system, so I know where everything is.
So OCD.
If you would like knowing where your things are,
Yeah.
Hey,
This dust is getting to me. Let's move on.
well, you just let me know if there's too big of a word in the book for you, alright?
There's a moment as she passes by, she looks at Nell, and you see she's got that look like.
Nella's like trying not to laugh right now. Well, if anybody needs any help, I'll be back over here doing some experiments. Feel free. I know where everything is, so let me know.
you had experiments on the bombs?
What?
I couldn't help but notice the books you had left open on the desk there. You said not to touch anything, but you didn't say anything about looking, love.
I like the way your brain moves.
It's not the only thing I'm sure you like that moves, love.
Guys, Virgin Ears here.
That being said, if you have any information on the Prince of Fools, I would be mighty fine to know any and all information you got to say.
Principles,
You
Feywild.
know a book that you have in one pile to the left of you, kind of behind another pile.
Oh yeah, a lot of the recent stuff that y'all keep interrupting me with is just piled up over here. I think it's this one. That Feywild.
Slide some books out of the way.
Oh, if it's recent stuff over there, I mean, I also was interested in learning a little more about that Air Duke, so it might be there.
It's in another pile. The book you pull up about this specifically does have some information about the Feywild, but the preface kind of states that it is a journal written by an adventurer who found Hirsam's entourage and spent a couple of weeks with them, learning about them and things they did and taking part in it. No, it didn't.
Okay. Damn.
While they're reading, Quirk is setting his alchemical supplies back up on the tablet. His workbench.
I'll go up to Quirk and ask him if he has anything on the Shadowfell.
It's on the 3rd floor.
Shadowfell. Yep. Third door to your right that way. There's going to be a set of stairs. Go up 2 floors, then down the hall to your left. Fifth shelf up. 20th book to the right.
Yeah, good luck, Cloud.
Got it.
That's where Cloud's going to be the entire day now. But first he's got to find it and remember the directions.
They all sit down and start reading.
Yes.
Oh,
In particular,
looking for the place.
Right.
Nell heard the word explosive, so he's just watching Quirk and waiting just in case he needs to use flame manipulation.
The book about the Windukes is kind of shorter. There's not a lot of information, and again, this is summarized. But it talks about the original Windukes being born through the nature of the plane, the elemental plane of air, and the forces of law and order that were kind of coming from the outer planes. Some of them also considered them to be angels born of Bahamut, the platinum dragon, the only one of its kind, and a god of justice and law. Their race was called the Vati, Vaati. They had ebony skin, white eyes, and they were typically nude, except maybe like a belt to hold equipment. Some of their abilities, they were resistant to elemental magics based in air or lightning, and they had superior vision that could see through fog, clouds, and dust, so they were very well suited to the plane of air as some of the first people there. They could also use magic related to air, and in battle they would typically fly up, taking the high ground and raining down magic and arrows. During very early ages, because they were really only very prominent way back when, many of them, they had a large society that had a big caste system. They would get chosen to go into a certain caste at adolescence. And they began to have a war as the forces of law against the Oberith forces of chaos, which Oberiths come from, I believe, like the neutral evil outer plane. Or maybe no, it would be chaotic evil. Maybe even pandemonium. So many of them perished in that battle, and the few that were left behind live in very small, isolated communities in the plane of air, very rarely being called upon for help on, whatever need the leaders of the plane might have, as they are seen as very sagely and reverent. Air genasi living in the airplane have, in these new ages, after they've been isolated, begun to pick up the title of Winduke. But technically they are not the original Windukes of Akka. They are just, because they're not true Vati. They're just genasi that might have more experience, power, or command than the other air genasi on the Akka Isles.
I just want to say the word Aka now. It just seems like a fun word to
Aka.
say.
Aka, excuse me?
I mean, does all this information bring up about like the current Air Duke?
As an older kind of book in this writing about the Vati, it kind of mentions that in like passing, but it doesn't have the exact like current going ons of what's been happening through context clues, through what you read about the small part about the Air Genasi and the Aka Isles. You would think the best source of information on any like something like that, something current ongoing, would be going to the Aka Isles and hearing it from them.
Okay. Aka.
Aka, excuse me? Something with the vibrator on.
I'm screaming.
I'm fucking dead.
Sorry, somebody must have hit the button.
Oh, you got that fancy Bluetooth one.
I'm
I
fucking
was gonna
dead.
say about an hour after his experiments, and he needs to cultivate a few more chemicals before he can start the next. His quirk is going to wander and look for Cloud upstairs.
You know exactly where I'm gonna be, I guess. So. Okay.
God, that sucks. I was about to ask you where something was. Be like, okay, that was enough information. Hey,
Well,
Quirk.
I said an hour, so
In an
we can
hour.
go. Yeah.
Okay. So being that she didn't really get as much as she wanted with that, she's like, okay. Like she's got like an invisible list in her head. Oh.
Sorry, I was muted, but I was saying something. It does take you about like an hour to get through that book and like, draw that information from it. Because a lot of it, like I said, it's summarized and it's kind of like the main points that you were taking out of it. But there's a kind of a lot of stuff filling that book.
Shit. Okay,
So,
so.
yeah.
Although you're a little bit practiced, so not as bad as it could be if you're used to reading.
So Kara's like, okay, like goes. She kind of closes her eyes a moment, is running through like an invisible list in her head. She's like, okay, let's try. Hey, Quirk, where? Winona, did you see where Quirk went?
She looks up from her book. What? I'll use message and say, Quirk, Kara's touching your books.
What?
Tell her to put them back.
Why does it look like you're constipated? What did you just do? Did you message him? Did it go
I
through?
was trying to see where he was.
And he said,
To tell you to put it back.
Kara's going to try sitting in deep thought for a moment and see if she can message Quirk instead. Now, I don't know what you want me to do in this one, Hunter, because Kara hasn't casted magic yet, but I also now have message. So,
You can make a intelligence check. Yeah, since you're doing this through your new magic.
okay, like, she's like, fuck this, fuck relying on people. And she sits for a moment and she's like, I have a question. It's like, just trying to think of how to do it. Come on, Kara. Would you say intelligence check?
True. Yes.
Winona
And
watching.
you can see her focusing.
And I'll like hold out my little copper wire that I have like rolled into a little ring.
Oh fuck!
Try again.
That's fucking why. Oh, I forgot about the goddamn copper wire. Now she's gonna take it with the wire.
That's totally the reason.
So she'll try again with the wire.
I'm sorry, I'm playing Quirk today. I can't help but be shady.
You're such a
You
dick.
roll another intelligence check.
Okay.
at Advantage.
Okay. I'm just gonna roll 2d24s. Come on, Kara. Okay, 16! 16!
Quick, you can hear the words. of Kara in your head.
So you just hear, Quirk, where'd you go?
I'm going to talk to the cloud person.
You see, so Winona's sitting next to Kara, and God knows where Nell is in the room. You suddenly just hear her go, grabs Winona, she's like, oh my god! Winona! Winona, I did it! Winona!
What did you do?
I think I messaged Quirk with my head and this, and like waving copper wire in the air.
Look, see, I told you all you had to do was read. That's all it took. You just had to memorize.
It hurts my brain. I still don't think I could get past your quiz, but I'm determined. Now the worst part is trying to find exactly and remembering which way Cloud went. Oh dear God, I just made fun of him and now I'm gonna get lost. I'm gonna go get lost. I'll be back. So he puts the copper wire back in Winona's hand and then stands up to go find them.
Have I found
So-
anything juicy about the Prince of Easy?
Yeah, so at this point you've read enough, maybe halfway through the book. This author writes about Hearsome through these observations that he's having. As he's kind of writing about traveling through the Feywild and finding this like giant party out in the wild, just filled with merriment, enchanting music, and he found that it was led by Hearsome, the Prince of Fools. And this whole like kind of first party, the members of his entourage were just singing his name, and he would never let go of his fiddle or his fiddlestick, just playing a jaunty tune as he kind of moved around the party. He also had a very large horn kind of at his waist. What's the word? And he would like apparently repeatedly, continuously check that it was there and on him. Through the start of him being there, they observed that Hearsome would kind of venture around using his music to enact charms on the people in his entourage, leading them to play games with him, pull pranks on each other, fight with each other, or even sleep with each other. The members of his entourage went along with it completely. It was like an
Like, they
honor.
welcomed it. They knew it was
Yeah.
happening and they were okay with it. Okay.
Yeah, it was like an honor for them to get to be chosen for that. In one case, one member of his entourage displeased him greatly, and this would happen like now and then, but this was on a bad day for Hearsome, according to the author. And he played a song that led some of the other members to attack them all together and then dance upon the gore that was left behind. The author says that at one point they were also included in a charm that made them act out a scene from a Sylvan play. And then that's about as far as you've gone so far. Oh wait, no, I want to do one more. New members would be introduced often. Typically, other members of the Feywild, satyrs, fairies, gnomes, elves, and centaurs. Otherworldly members joined his ranks as well, such as the Genie Troop or the Githyanki that joined while the author was staying there with them. As long as someone displayed performance talent, they were welcome to kind of stick with him. And his favored members were called song satyrs that could apparently be summoned using this horn that he carried, as evidenced in a fight with some Fomorian giants. And then it starts talking about this battle. But that's as much as you read in the hour. And then you can think on that, and I will say what Cloud has read in the hour, or in the time since he was able to find it.
Yeah.
The book starts with this little poem that it says was pulled from another book. And it says, "Yet from those flames no light but rather darkness visible, served only to discover the sights of woe. Regions of sorrow, doleful shades, where peace and rest can never dwell. Hope never comes that comes to all." And in this book, you read that this planeswalker is telling kind of stories of his dealings in the Shadowfell. He describes it as a closer mirror to the material plane than the Feywild, as you will often see places related to the material plane, other than just the death and decay that's present in the realm. The color is bleached from everything, so it's just all black and white. It held portals to every plane, but using it to travel from one to another could be more dangerous than using the astral realm to travel. Some would use special spells to shadow walk from the material plane to the Shadowfell and then back to the material plane, because distance was kind of like warped to be shorter. So like a 1 hour trip in the Shadowfell would translate to 8 hours away in the material,
Oh, God.
like distance-wise. With the plane being completely black, white, and shades of gray, it lacked a sun, moon, and stars. Magical and natural light is reduced in its distance, but it can still be seen very far away, almost like a star, because of the lack of any other light in the plane. The landscape is constantly changing, causing shadow quakes, which act very similar to earthquakes. Although, if someone was to be like shadow walking through the plane and they went across a shadow quake, it would end the shadow walk and kind of trap the person or group in the Shadowfell. The land could have like a forest from the material plane, but like in the Shadowfell, it would be like a grouping of black tentacles. Or it could be landmarks from the material that would look like kind of echoes, shadowy echoes of the original, that would sometimes feature like illusions that could horrify any odd visitor. Not every location has a counterpart. Some are more frequented to be seen in the Shadowfell than others. Locations like old battlefields, large graveyards, and ancient ruins would often have shadowy echoes in the Shadowfell. And these places in particular would be referred to as Darklands because it is filled with so much negative energy that anyone without the right resistances would have their life energy drained over time. The only kind of creatures that really frequent it and live in it are undead that drain life energy, like shades, ghosts, and vampires, because they're immune to the effects in those lands. And then air, food, and water was present in the plane, but the food was usually rotted. The water was more of like a bloody ooze, sometimes thick. And there was a constant cold air that would always put a chill through any visitors. They could never feel warm. And some would even report hearing strange voices or having the feeling of someone watching them. And then visitors that even became stuck in the plane due to the corruption of the shadow stuff there, their emotions would begin to fade until just completely gone.
Oh.
And that's about as far as you get before Quark pops in.
Hey, did you still have the book that you were given to the so-called god?
Oh, the for IU.
Yeah, can I see that?
Are you just gonna read it?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the one book in here that I know is going to leave this place, so I would like to know what's in it.
Yeah, you pull it out, show it. You go to open it, but these chains holding around it are not budging at all. In fact, they're not even loose around it. They're very tightly wrapped around the book.
Quirk will cast Knock.
Okay, 1 second. Well, there's a
Anybody
giant
home?
knocking sound that reverberates through the library. Yeah, is this like through divinity?
Yeah.
Or is this? Oh yeah, make a intelligence check.
Am I allowed to add an intellect die even though this is a divinity?
Does it work for? Can you do it on ability checks?
I can do it on any intelligence, wisdom, or charisma roll.
Then yeah, you can do it.
18.
Ooh. For
I
Quirk?
rolled a six. I rolled a 6.
Ew.
You send this knockout into the medallion, and like a magical shield appears around the book and just rebuffs, almost like the energy you see is sent off in a direction, causing like a stack of books to kind of get knocked over by the force of the sound.
Ah! He will instantly get distracted by the books getting knocked over and go back and reorganize them exactly the way he knew they were.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I guess that's not meant to be read, which makes me want to read it even more.
when does Kara arrive to these two?
I imagine you were looking for it, and then you
Yeah.
could hear this sound boom through the library, and you were able to find them probably as Quirk is putting that last book up on the stack, you're popping in.
What's happening? What's going on?
I never thought trying to read a book would be so difficult.
I mean, like, difficult for you, difficult for me, because I know, like, difficult for me is the big words. Difficult for you is
It's locked.
it's the Ayun book. Is it just chains, or is there like a literal lock somewhere?
I think it's it's chains and magically locked.
It's gotta be something she did then, yeah. I mean, maybe if she's nice.
I wanna know.
Maybe if she's nice enough, she'll tell us when we give it to her.
But I wanna know.
Well, I know, but you will know if she tells us.
I mean,
We'll know what she decides to tell us.
Yeah, I know.
You know you're not wrong.
Well, if you really want to push on her, if she's not telling the whole truth, I'm pretty good at picking up if someone's not telling the whole truth.
Oh.
Winona's like hysterically laughing.
Isn't Winona like three floors down?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, 'cause you're still reading, right?
Are you still
Yeah, we're on the
okay.
I'm just laughing because she's thinking she can insight check Gayun.
Uh,
Uh,
ha ha ha!
Well, can I borrow this for the night since we're gonna be here? Maybe I can get into it.
I mean, as long as we still get it to her by tomorrow, I don't see an issue. Unless you do crack it and she gets really pissed, but I mean, I have no control over that at that point. Sure. Again, as long as we give it to her tomorrow.
Okay.
oh no, I don't like that.
Yes, Quirk is gonna take this to his campsite and sit in his tent with it. See if you can't figure out how to get into this thing.
To get in.
Okay.
Wait,
me
before you
puzzle.
walk off, I walked all the way up here.
What?
Where is your section on, like, certain gods? Bishaba, Tish.
What would be that? The second floor, maybe? Depending on what you need. Oh, I think. What'd you say? Tish? Bashaba?
Tish Bishaba, yeah.
They are. The best information about them is in 2 different books.
Yeah. I think one is on the second floor, 20th shelf, bottom row, first book. The other one is
20th row.
back where you came from, in the pile,
In the pile.
closest to the workbench. It should be about the 7th book from the bottom.
Okay, yeah. I'll start with second floor. 20th. I'll figure it out. She walks off. Oh my god.
Well,
I'll be in my tent if you need me. I gotta get in here.
alright.
Since Mara has to go at some earlier, we can like say you took like the next 2 hours to finish the book, and then go back in time to see
the
progress on
information
the
that he
others.
read.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
That's fine.
and then that way I can post the whole thing too
Yeah.
to reread it. So in these next 2 hours, the information you read discusses. There is, in this plane, it's kind of all created of this, what is called shadow stuff. And illusionists, either in the shadow plane or in the material plane, can actually make use of this to create kind of shadowy versions of creatures or effects that could replicate conjuration, evocation, necromancy spells. They could also use their magic to turn someone's shadow into a shadow well, which the planeswalker used on one occasion to venture to the Shadowfell as it makes a portal. This was very risky for the planeswalker, as they were told that a failed shadow well attempt would send someone back to the material plane almost immediately with a curse, a seed of shadow that would slowly turn them into a shadow themselves.
Whoa.
A large section of the book talks about a location there, the Shadow Swamp. There was a lot of small villages in the area, even a large, primarily Shadarkai city, Shadow Elves, which held a large group of cultists of Shar, who were able to find remnants of the Shadow Weave there and use that to their benefit. This was also the most morphic, kind of changing area of the plane, constantly shifting, and even entire villages would kind of be moved around by the movement. In the middle of the Shadow Swamp was what was called the Black Rift, which was constantly moving and shifting, but kind of staying around the same size. And great waves and waterfalls of this thick ooze and water would slowly move down into the depth of the Black Rift, but never filling it. The Planeswalker was able to find the realm of Mask, who was the god hidden in Cyric's sword that saved Kalimvor's soul to use against him. And the Planeswalker found his realm accidentally, as it was such a dark palace formed of shadow that they didn't even see it until they were right next to the palace. Although they were never able to find an entrance because a strange fog around it would cause them to get lost, and send them away, basically.
Material
They,
plane.
they also found what's referred to as the Foundation of Loss, another kind of great crater that seeped with grief and despair and was guarded by very terrible monsters. Uh, they were able to divine that this once was the Palace of Loss, Shar's original realm in the Shadowfell, before she moved her realm to the astral plane. The Planeswalker left pretty quickly from that one because of the monsters, and because of a rumor that the palace, this Foundation of Loss, was still connected to her new realm. And they had zero, even negative interest in even seeing her being close. The last realm they found was just parts of other realms that had found their way there. According to nearby Sheddark High, these were parts of Noel's realms from the Outlands and Carcerai that had found their way here. Noel, N-U-L-L, being the draconic god of death. Another incredible location was the destroyed remains of the Onyx Heart, once used as a great weapon against the worlds, but now completely forgotten. And I think over reading this little section, you could remember that the Onyx Heart was connected to making the elemental foundations.
Oh, yeah.
And then, kind of, no. The next part is kind of some information from this very sagely shadow elf that was giving a warning to the planeswalker of the kind of darkest corners of the Shadowfell that should be avoided at all costs, lest they want to be trapped there for eternity. According to them, these places were called Domains of Dread, and they held extremely dark and evil creatures. The ones they were aware of were Tempest, Barovia, Harakir, Bluetspur, Darkon, Haslin, and Sriraji. They weren't exactly in the Shadowfell, but they could be accessed by venturing to like the farthest reaches and entering some kind of barrier, like typically fog or mist. You would enter. They were closer to like demi-planes that were connected to the Shadowfell, and each had this Dark Lord empowered by the realm, kind of chosen almost by like the Shadowfell itself in a weird way. Kind of respectively to the names I was giving, they were led by things like a coven of cannibal hags, a vampire lord, a mummy lord, a corrupted elder brain, and mind flayers, a lich king, a legendary necromancer, and a Rakshasa archmage. And these lords are trapped within the Domain of Dread, but they rule over it as it is their home. And each of the Domains of Dread, not like each one was connected with every single other one, but it was almost like a land unto itself, where like if you went in, you couldn't leave the mist in the same way you went in, unless they were ready for you to leave. Or you could enter the mist, but then you could end up in another Domain of Dread, and then be trapped in that one.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god!
Okay. And the last section kind of talks about the inhabitants of the realm. There's the Shadowkai, as I said, they're pretty big there. There's also the Shadowvar and the Dark Ones. Shadowvar were once a humanoid race. It could be like a tiefling or a human, or like an elf from the material plane that's not a shadow elf and went there. But they get infected by the shadow stuff over time. They lose their emotions and become kind of shades of themselves. And then the dark ones were creatures with powers of stealth and shadow. Either dark creepers, a short, nimble kind of variant, like more halfling goblin sized, or dark stalkers, which were more sized like your average humanoids. Other creatures inhabited the realm as well, including Bodaks, Dark Weavers, Ephemera, Cloakers, Vesarabs, weak and powerful liches, Nightshades, Spectres, Wraiths, and Shadurakuls, another name for Shadow Mastiffs. Additionally, some natural creatures would fall into the plane and become a shadowed version of their once self. This could be like animals, bears, apes, rats, wolves, or more monstrous creatures like basilisks, owlbears, umber hulks, dragons. Occasionally, creatures from other planes can also be seen traveling through, but the shadow demons are the most often seen from the abyss. And that is the Shadowfell.
Wow.
Is that like the scariest plane there is, or like what?
I mean, I would think the abyss is a lot about suffering, and the Shadowfell is just like no hope, despair.
No hope. Got it. Putting that in
Cool.
parentheses. No hope.
It's like I knew what some of the things you were naming. Some of that shit I've never heard of in my life, like as a player. But some of that shit I'm just like, why? Why are all those things together?
And Cloud said yes.
Did anybody realize or be able to recognize Barovia?
I couldn't pick up that name. Barovia.
I don't know. It sounded familiar, but I don't know where it's from.
Out of game. Barovia is the domain of dread that had the vampire lord in it. And that is Count Strahd, whatever his name is, from the one adventure about the vampire lord.
Oh my god.
But there are multiple domains of dread, like I said. I listed 7 of them, and they all had their respective leader, as well as like different cultures in each one, and kind of ongoing.
See, and this is why we didn't
like
just...
the Shadowfell, instead of having courts, they just have like domains of dread.
Yeah, well, they're kind of weird because they're not really they are technically in the Shadowfell, but like the stuff that goes on inside the domains of dread doesn't really affect the outside. They're just like their own little worlds that these people are basically trapped to keep living in.
Jesus. Just like a little pockets of misery inside the misery.
It says there's no like magical way that you can leave. Like a plane shift doesn't work trying to leave.
Just the domain,
the domain specifically, yeah. The mist you can try to walk out of, but sometimes it'll just put you back into the domain or another domain. Certain like natural phenomena, like an eclipse with the full moon or something like kind of crazy happening every now and then can open up a portal out of it, or defeating the Dark Lord of that domain opens up a portal while they are dead. But the Dark Lords can never truly die, so after you kill them you have to leave very quickly, or else they could just come back before you get out.
So there's no time to loot the body. Just kill them and go.
Just go. Just fucking go. Yeah, so...
Lots of good information there.
Yeah, I'm glad that we didn't just go to Shadowfell, because we would have gotten stuck in this. Like, 100% we would have gotten stuck. Jesus Christ.
Us? Nah.
We're usually I had a feeling we would need to know a lot more information about it before we just go.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
I mean, Cara was interested in this too, so it's like, eh.
And then I think, never going back.
Rewind time.
Rewind back 2
Pew, pew,
hours.
pew, 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 pew.
Quirk walking back down the stairs to his camp where Winona is in the room reading the book.
Okay, I'm gonna get off for a minute. I'll get back on when I'm driving.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay,
Alright.
Me.
bye. Winona, you see Quirk walk in holding the blue book with platinum chains tight around it.
I wanna know, I wanna know, I wanna know, I wanna know.
Very obviously.
I'm just gonna be watching him very closely.
I'll sit down in my tent and use True Sight and see if there's anything I can see on the book. And then shortly after, use Legend Lore specifically on what I believe to be the thing that's keeping me out.
Your tent.
What were you gonna say?
Your tent curtain opens up. Hello, love.
Hello.
You see his eyes glowing with the true sight, and looking at the book, you can see these lines, glowing lines, kind of tracing where the chains are and all connecting to make this almost like arcane circle in the middle where this medallion is, and there is like the slightest shimmer of like a barrier around the book. Yeah, go ahead, Winona.
Is it crisscross applesauce? Continue.
Well, actually, do you happen to know a spell called Dispel?
No.
Do you know if any of your, I don't know,
I believe you
colleagues?
saw Cloud use it to spell magic earlier. Oh no, you left the room when that happened. Oh, but he said he was gonna do it. So
Cloud does.
Okay, that might come in handy. But for now, this thing's locked. I can't get in.
Maybe it's
But I
locked
wanna
for
know.
a reason.
But I want to know.
Maybe it's not your right to know.
I want to know.
You see, there's nothing wrong with wanting to know, but sometimes the information isn't given to us when we want it. Sometimes you need the help of others to, I don't know, work together to unlock the secret language of a tablet you have in the middle of your room for I don't know how many years. So,
like a month
maybe,
and a half.
so maybe by taking this to who it belongs to, you'll be gifted with the knowledge inside of it.
Well, I want to know the knowledge now.
It's like a child.
Yes, and I would like to know what happened to my childhood now, but I've been having to deal with that for years, sir.
Oh no, not that.
He is
Winona
gonna.
kind of gets a little, like, puffy in her chest as she says that.
He acknowledges that you're speaking, but then continues to go cast the Legend Lore.
She's just keeping an eye on him, really. Like, if that book is, like, in any sort of danger, she's yeeting them both to the astral plane.
He's gonna also pull out his tinkering tools, and see if there's any way he can, like, maybe unhook and just get it off.
Okay, you can try to do a sleight of hand check first.
Oh my god. I'm so stressed out over this.
It's what my character would do.
I know, I'm just so afraid of what if she's like, you weren't supposed to open it.
I know, I was scared too, but I was like, what are we gonna do? Have Cloud hold the book to his chest while he sleeps, and then Cork's gonna grab it in the middle of the night anyways? I knew where it was going, so I was like, no.
Am I adding my proficiency because I'm proficient in Tinkerer's tools?
Yeah.
That's a 19 total.
As you're trying to like go in with these hooks and trying to find latches or something to like remove, you're just like scraping against the metal, like no avail. There's not even, you can't find anything even to put it into.
Quark is going to go take the book and go back to the room that opened and look around where they found the book to see if there's some sort of key or manual or pamphlet.
Manual! He needs a manual!
You can make an investigation check.
He needs a manual!
25.
You can't find anything like that on the shelf.
I just imagine. I can just imagine Winona's following him as he's throwing a fit, pacing, looking for stuff. Like,
He's gonna slam the book down back on the table they found it and try to cast knock again.
Make a intelligence check.
That's better. And I'm using another fucking intellect die. Okay. That's a 26.
This barrier around the book once again flashes, rebuffing the knock, sending out another super loud noise. And as it's rebuffed off the book, it goes into Winona's direction, and all of your hair is just blown back, and you are deafened probably for like 5 seconds.
oh god!
She said, "What the?"
Quark is
Like
just
that one.
becoming
Man, shut the.
Quark is just becoming increasingly frustrated because it's a puzzle that he can't figure out, and he's usually great at puzzles.
It's funny because I imagine at this point Kara's at like the second floor, grabs the book or whatever, is going to sit down, and is like, here's the sound.
Yeah, at this point he's like just like clutching it, holding it, sitting on the floor, like starting to do that muttering thing again that y'all heard when I came in. It's like, it's gotta be an answer. There's always an answer. Gotta know, I gotta get in there. You do it to get in there. It's your right. It's your purpose. You gotta know. You gotta know. You gotta know. You gotta get in. You gotta get in. You know. You gotta know.
Yep, Winona is just taken in the crazy.
This literally doesn't even seem like crazy to Winona because she acts like this for certain things.
Winona was like, this is me. I feel like Nell, who's still on the bottom floor out the other way, is just like...
Yeah, he's the one that's like, I don't have any input on this right now. What the fuck?
He's like, what's happening?
Yeah, that's where Quark's at right now.
I guess we can see where Kara's at.
Well, I know, I don't know. She's like repeating it in her head, and then maybe at some point got confused, used message again. Second floor, 20th book. Huh?
Which book were you going for first? Tamora or Bashada?
I'll let you decide which one's on the second floor because she's on the second floor first.
Yeah, I was about to say it's the second floor, unless you want me to roll a d20. Evens is Bashaba, odds is Tish.
Sure.
Okay. Tish.
Okay. You find a book of worship written about Tish, and kind of between prayers and stories is information about her, and even the stories and prayers themselves kind of include some of this information. It speaks of how she would present to mortals, kind of without. She was kind of a beautiful, almost half elf. Like she looked human, but her ears were pointed slightly. She had long, dark hair. But to mortals, she would appear in different ways, dependent on what kind of fortune she was bringing. So mortals could see a silver eagle, a silver Pegasus, or this just like a silver kind of glow. and know that fortune would find them soon. Sometimes gamblers would see like one of these things in the distance, or would see a symbol of one, and worshippers of Tish specifically would know that it was like time to go all in. On the other hand, when she went down to share her misfortune, she would appear as a 12-foot tall giant with purple skin and long white hair, and her features would be twisted up into this maniacal kind of grin, hiding any of the beauty of her base form.
Oh my god.
Sometimes, sometimes when she was sharing her misfortune, Tish would manifest as like a grotesque shadow in an area where no shadows were present, accompanied by distant and far off kind of maddening laughter. Depending on the mood, her voice could be very soothing, like a purr, or as harsh as a screech. She was headstrong, willful, mercurial, and always believing that her way was the best way. She was playful, only manipulative or vindictive if provoked, and you gotta pull over. She likes she liked good jokes, especially ones that she would play on kind of more traditional law-aligned deities. With a single look, she could unleash fortune or misfortune, presented as elation, strength, the inability to miss an opponent, or an accident, manic behavior, berserk rage, the inability to strike an opponent. Attacks made against her would always miss or be turned against her attacker, and events always worked in her favor. She held a gambling hall in a golden realm with the Olympic Greek pantheon.
Did you say a gambling hall?
Mm. But it faded slightly before Moander caused her to split in two, because she had left that area. Her allies included Janath, Jurgle, Mistral, and Salune. She was a lover of Aminator, Jurgle again, Lathander, and Targus. She was very popularly worshipped among adventurers and anyone who desired good fortune to find them often. Even people who didn't need that good fortune would still worship her a little to prevent her misfortune. Higher priests got involved in sometimes plotting against each other and backstabbing to get to the top, and usually the lower levels of followers lived more calm lives. Under Tish's worship, women would be more favored over men in her temples. And her two main temples at the time, one focused on good fortune and one focused on misfortune, but she treated them both equitably, giving each what they needed to do their best. Offerings were made to her by holding something valuable in flames, allowing it to be consumed while praising her name, and she was invited to every event held in her name, as well as others to prevent her rage. Priests would acknowledge each other and find each other using veiled messages, like one where the first would say, defy, and the one responding would say, dare much. And you see the next section talks kind of about when she was with the Olympic Pantheon, and then how she kind of got more in the direction of the split happening. But that first section was about an hour for you to read. So I'm going to go back.
Yeah.
Winona, were you, while he was kind of muttering to himself, did you start to get back into that book?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So yeah, you remember right before he came in, you were reading a section about this battle that he had against Fomorian giants. It talked about these powerful skills he had in the battle. This is when he used what he called the Horn of Revelry, and it would summon 4 of his song satyrs that prioritized staying close to him and protecting him. He had charmed one of the squadrons of giants into battling another squadron. He would use his fiddle as a bow to send out these kind of magical arrows, cast spells, and he could play tunes with this fiddle to move characters or move creatures, frighten creatures, charm creatures, or put to sleep creatures. Against one of their shamans, one of these shamans had attempted to cast, in one case, a blight, and in another case, a chain lightning, and on both occasions, Hearsome had this ability to reflect the casting onto another one of his enemies. So like he sent the blight off onto another giant and he took the damage, and the chain lightning bounced off of him and struck out between a group of the giants. You're getting kind of to the end of the book, and he's talking about, after spending all this time with the entourage and Hearsome, and sucking up to him in a well-timed way, the prince eventually opened up to him. And he spoke of his life, being born of Orin, the Green God, and kind of like the leader of the Spring Court, and how he was born within this first song. He was told, Hearsome told the author that Orin heard a nymph in the Spring Court creating this noise, unlike anything he'd ever heard before. The first music, the first singing, and he was enraptured by it. He began to harmonize along with the nymph, and suddenly, like, the lyrics, the words to this song just began floating through the trees around them. And before he'd known it, Hearsome literally parted himself from this great tree next to the sparkling pond that the nymph was sitting on. And he began to sing this song that echoed across the Fae. You turn the page, and you see this page that is torn halfway down. But at the top half, you see what you believe to be lyrics. It says, "When music sounds, gone is the earth I know, and all her lovely things even lovelier grow. Her flowers in vision flame, her forest trees lift burdened branches stilled with ecstasies." And then this part, each line gets cut off a little bit more, but the first line of the second part says, "When music sounds out of the water," and then it's cut off. And then the line says, "Naiads whose beauty dims my," and then it's cut off there. And then the last little tiny bit of words you can see says "wrapped in," like enwrapped. The page next discusses the kind of end of this tale and the author leaving the entourage. Although being gifted by the Prince of Fools a flower that he was told would never die. On the last page in this book, it is titled kind of like publisher's note, basically kind of like a note from the people who put out the book, not the author himself. And it says, "In the process of printing the text, the author died when he pricked his finger on a thorn of the flower in his home. He came over with the sickness that killed him in under an hour. The flower could be found after in his home, as striking as his first description of it, if not more so. And that's the end of that book.
Did it say the name of this author?
Yes.
And has he been dead more than 200 years?
It was me.
Yeah, I don't think you would know that information off the top of your head without researching into it.
Damn.
It says... Lilias Zenija.
Excuse me.
I mean, some of the ones that probably wrote these are like dead though. Like the whole thing with Tish, like I don't think that person would be alive who wrote that.
Yeah, it's like going through the pages. They're like super thin, and you can. There's even parts where like there's holes through the pages. So just like this book has been here for a long time.
Yeah, a lot of these probably like Quark uses his mage hand to like actually turn the pages, so he doesn't actually.
Because they're so fragile. Damn. Like one of the pages that gets turned in Kara's, you hear a little. It's like, oh.
Oh, I think Cloud missed that, but yes, he is going crazy right now. He's freaking out because he can't get in that book.
Oh yeah, he's
With
fucking panicking.
the book of the Prince of Fools, you kind of, you've kind of heard about his personality, but I think there you get to see some examples of his personality, some of the people that could be around him, some of his abilities, and then what you are pretty sure to be the start of the lyrics to this first song, which was also the birth of music.
Oh my god. That's some crazy shit.
Now I can send that in Discord.
So much reading. There's so much reading. I'm gonna start having to tick off things that I got. I kind of got that one. Got that one. Doing that one. Why did I have to write a big list?
You always do.
I always do. There's a lot of things I want to know. I want to know the lore of this world and the things that she's interested in.
I'm just over here looking through my freaking class to see if I have anything that'll get me in this book. Don't I just have a you can get into anything ability?
You can get into anything ability.
But will the power of a soon-to-be god of knowledge get through the power of a god of knowledge?
That's literally the battle he's having right now.
Well, that's the reason he's having such a hard time with this, because he does not see it that way. He just sees it as like somebody smarter than him. And that can't happen. Nobody's smarter than him.
I'm fucking dead. Ronnie's been very quiet. He's contemplating. He's thinking. The gears are turning in his head. I can tell. Oh, God. He's really... He put his hand on his head. He's like, ooh.
You don't want to know what's been going through my head this whole time, okay?
I know. You're wild and crazy. I don't want to know. God only knows.
Yeah, I think eventually Quark is going to just give up.
Gave up.
Because I don't see anything that I can use. I mean,
Would you
I'm
mind
not
if I
saying.
give it a try?
Right. You want to try? I asked you earlier if you...
You asked me if I had a dispel spell.
Well, that's what I needed.
The dispel.
I don't have a dispel spell. I just thought I'd give Denona a shot.
Okay. As long as it gets me in there. What are you gonna do?
Winona's gonna
What are you
speak.
trying to do?
Can I read this?
Like you're saying out loud, can I read
Yeah.
this?
Yeah. She's literally gonna try the most out there thing. So she's like thinking that this book is, Ioun's.
You're trying to
she's
ask
kinda
you.
thinking about her, like.
You speak as you rub your hands along it. I'm gonna say make a wisdom check.
Oh.
Swear to God.
Can you imagine if Winona opens the book just by asking, like, pretty please?
Swear to God.
Literally,
Tides of Chaos, hold on.
Court, hold on. Hold on.
He said, hold on.
You can add 4 to that.
Okay, wait, then I'm gonna use my bend luck and I'm gonna add 4 more to that.
What?
Okay, wait, I'm gonna roll to see. So 3 more and 4 more, so 7, 21.
Wait, are you sure you can do that on yourself?
I
forget.
actually
Wasn't that one of the
don't know.
things like you could only do it on other people?
I have it.
Yeah, it says when another creature you can see.
Damn.
It specifies another creature.
Okay, so then 20, 19, 18.
You speak these words, rubbing the medallion with your fingers and going down the chains. And it is silent for a second, and then you can hear
Oh my god.
Quirk muttering to himself, kind of interrupting the
Oh.
thought. But you don't feel like you get any response, like the chains don't move. Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, 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 come on.
Well, I don't think they want me to read it. I mean, I know who could.
Stupid God.
Stupid God!
Alright, come on, we're gonna get your mind off of this. I'm gonna put the book down in his tent. And then I'm gonna throw a blanket or something in it over it so he knows where it's at too. Come on. And I'm gonna grab him by the hand.
No, Quirk is actually going to walk to like in a kind of an open area off to the side. I guess that y'all haven't noticed yet. It's sort of like a training area with like wooden dummies. He's taking off his rapier and he's just going to town on one of the. Got my
The
stress.
dome is suddenly filled with a ching ching. His rapier is deflected and stabbed into the dummy.
I think it's time for a swim. Come on, quick. Let's go.
What? Where?
You heard me. I got to get your mind off of things. You're just too stressed.
I don't have a pool.
But I do.
What?
Looks like,
Did you hit your head?
many times, love. So now she's going to firmly grasp his hand and start dragging him outside.
Ooh. I like this.
Oh no!
I like it when it takes control.
No! I'm so glad Kara's fucking 2 floors up right now. I'm heading a book.
So very loudly, I'm gonna say like, "We're going for a swim. If anybody would like to join us."
Kara, for a
Or you
moment.
think you can hear echoes, but it's too far.
Okay, good. Great. Head in book still. Too deep. Maybe for a moment Kara's gonna try a message and Winona just hears, what?
Where was the? Where'd you say the book? The
Oh,
second book was?
the
The first one was on the second floor, and the next one
oh,
was on.
was I done with the whole one
Oh,
with? Was I done with the Tish one?
Yeah, Tisha's.
the
Tish is
the
done.
first
Oh,
one was among the pile of stuff near the workbench.
yeah, all the way down.
Slash
Oh,
tablet.
okay. So you could have seen, like as Kara was walking down, finishing that book, Winona would have been walking up with Quirk. So this could just be a conversation.
Oh, okay. So great, thanks, Hunter. So,
Made it easier.
great, yeah.
Welcome
So
to the awkward.
Kara's like rubbing her temples because her head is starting to hurt from all the words she's reading, and knows she's not even halfway through the things she wants to read, and she's like, where the fuck are y'all going?
Swimming.
Looks at Quirk, looks at Winona, looks at Quirk, and you just see Winona is completely unresponsive. No, I'm good. You horny motherfuckers can have a great old time. I'm gonna keep all my privates closed and not in the water. So
Winona grabs her hand.
Actually,
No.
highly unhygienic.
I
Winona's pulling them both outside.
no, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I don't want to see old man Dick. No.
Are you going along anyway, or are you actually?
She's trying to like. She's assuming it's naked because it's you.
You're like trying to pull away really hard, and then Winona shouts that at you.
Well, I think she's not pulling away. She's more like trying to feet plant into the ground. So
Come
like
on,
it's
bitch.
just
Let's do our strength checks. We both have a -1.
You have a -1.
Yeah, Kara has one.
Oh no! Oh no! How dark is it in this library?
Dim, probably where you are.
Oh, she shadow teleports out. Fuck that shit. You just see when Kara realizes she's being dragged. You just. She'll show up at the front entrance and is like.
At the front entrance?
Yes, because she's agreeing, but just making a point that she could have got away from you anyways.
Okay, I'll reality manipulate, and I'm gonna put the edge of the water right over Kara, so she's now fully submerged.
At the front
So
entrance?
the water will be going outside.
Okay, so you're coming out the front entrance, and it goes straight into a path through the jungle. So what do you mean?
So like the 60-foot bubble will be like, okay, so
Oh,
let's
you're
say,
just creating water and having it drop down.
Yeah, like here's the entrance right here, and then here's outside, so it would be like enveloping right here.
Okay.
So I just go in water.
Suddenly your hair's just like.
Let's go!
There you go.
I turn towards
Suddenly
Quirk.
it starts as small kind of droplets gathering in a like thick mist, and then they grow into these large bubbles and various little mini ponds until they all connect, and there's this large sphere of water of calm.
Yes, Quirk is looking right back at you when you look at him, but he's not looking at your eyes.
Oh my gosh. Every time. Any opportunity you can find, you put it in there. Well, you're working on putting it in there.
Last one in is a rotten cloud.
That's a good one. Yeah, at this point, Kara's a little frustrated by the sudden water and tries to swim out so she can wring out literally everything that's now sopping wet.
Winona tackles her back into the water.
Yeah,
She's
Quirk
like, God damn! You just hear, I don't want!
Alright, you can feel you can feel some movement kind of
Yeah, no, she
shaking
if
under your shirt.
yeah, if fucking Winona tries to pull her back, like Winona gets kicked, like full on monk kicked in the face, like
No,
Stunned.
Winona's trying to like maneuver herself around to like poke her head out of the water.
yeah, no, so
And,
like she
have her body like in the water.
and then fucking like finally gets off and like quickly throws off her shit. She's like, hi. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh my god!
That wasn't that bad.
Tries to
And
like.
actually, as much as you think Quirk would go into full purview mode in this moment, he actually goes straight towards the middle of it and just like you can see him like looking around, like he's trying to study like what's actually going on and like how this works. And
I imagine you drop down like just a pile of all your equipment and any books you had on you before you do this.
oh yeah, I'm
Right,
not
all the
going.
paper.
The bag is.
So you go down to just like your underclothes, these raggy kind of clothes.
Yeah, you
And
see.
start swimming.
Kara's just wringing stuff out of her bag, her clothes. Things are just.
You can see parts of like where it meets kind of the ground, and it creates like kind of muddy surface where the what was already kind of like wet dirt because of the rain here, starting to mix up, creating kind of a what's the word, murky area at the bottom, and then there are parts where like plants and trees are sticking in, and the leaves are kind of floating around gently.
It's like sediment. Yeah, he will just like take it. Well, he can hold his breath for like 4 minutes, so he's gonna like just stay in there and like study for at least 3.5.
My god. Yeah, Kara's just watching the two of them, like wringing out her hair now, just really annoyed.
Yeah, there's still kind of a gravity in the bubble that you're sensing as you're kind of testing. You let out just a little bit of your air, and you can sink down to the bottom, and then
Yeah, he'll
swim
like
to one of the sides and stick out your head real quick and put it back in.
like do the thing where like you're testing out the gravity, so you pick something up and kind of like throw it up to see what happens.
Yeah, one rock you pick up kind of sinks back down, but a stick you take out, like it's kind of floating up a little bit already, and when you pull for it and rise it up above you, it still kind of sits above you, even floating up a little bit.
Okay, yeah. After a while, he'll get out and like the notepad that the first people that went into the dream noticed him pulling out. He'll pull out of his jacket and scribble some notes down on the things that he'd observed. And you actually notice it does calm him down because it gave his mind something to think about, besides the fact that he was unable to get into the book. But then he'll just sit down outside of the bubble for however long it has left and like just study it some more, maybe make a few sketches.
Yeah, Kara's just waiting for Winona to feel like satisfied with it, and is like, "Did you have fun?"
Winona's gonna change it from water to 0 gravity. So she'll still be floating there, but there's no more water.
Oh my
So
god.
first, the moment where you're changing the air and you're taking the moisture out of it, and I imagine some of it doesn't completely change in the process, and there's like a lot that rains down and kind of like seeps out under the foliage, and then you're kind of going down with it, and then a couple seconds later you just start to float back up.
Oh my god.
Well, I do have to say, this is rather fun.
Kara, when she kind of like flips her wet hair so some droplets get into the 0 gravity, she just wants to see them like float. Then at that point, when she feels like it's safe enough, she puts Kai in it.
Yeah, Kai just starts shooting up. It's like, ah! And you're all, like, Winona and Kai are just kind of hovering, almost like buoyant, on top of where this gravity ends as you
Now-
get to the top.
Now, Winona, don't suddenly end it, or Kai's gonna drop to a very painful death. Kara's
I'm
like
like
just
3 feet in the air. It's not gonna hurt her.
Do
Oh,
you
you made it a small area.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, it's still the same area, but like we're not like.
What did he say?
I
It was
didn't
like a
imagine us
60-foot
floating
bubble?
like at the top. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a pretty
Well,
big bubble.
reverse gravity, it's gonna move you the same way normal gravity would. So the first like 6 seconds you just fall 60 feet up towards the top until you get up there, and then it kind of mixes with the normal gravity and you're just kind of stuck in a little spot there.
Okay, so I'll put Kai on my shoulder.
Okay.
Kind of make you can do acrobatics.
You can do acrobatics.
Phew.
Yeah, it's kind of as you start to kind of try to reach towards Kai, you're just floating there, and you're trying to like kick your feet, and there's just like no momentum. You just continue floating in the same spot, and you eventually are able to like reach down for some of the tree branches that are coming up from the top and use them as kind of a leverage to
Grabs
push
the tree branch
yourself.
to pull you.
Yeah, push yourself into Kai, grabbing her, and then you kind of keep floating forward as momentum isn't really stopping, and start to, as you reach the edge of the bubble, almost kind of slide down the side of this reverse gravity.
Whew, made it.
Yeah, you see as
You can
Winona's
make another
coming.
acrobatics check to try to land that well.
Kara's just standing there waiting, making sure that a little mouse doesn't
Take
go.
half damage.
Yeah, so a little mouse doesn't go flying out like she's fully prepared to catch the mouse, but not Kai, not Winona.
While they were distracted with each
You take
other,
10
and
points of damage. Kind of stumble forward. It's still pretty high up.
while they were distracted with each other, and Quark is sitting there studying them, he would like to cast Detect Thoughts and just get the surface thoughts of. Well, I can switch back and forth, so whatever I can get between the two of you in a minute.
So I guess starting with Kara probably being the closest as Winona just dropped down.
So it's probably just
Kara,
thoughts.
is your intelligence above 3?
Yeah, it's at 11. What the
Oh, okay.
fuck?
So yeah, it does affect you.
It's like, thanks, Hunter.
I'm
Thanks
just
for the
kidding. I'm just kidding. So yeah, you initially learn the surface thoughts of the creature, what is most on its mind in that moment. Hello.
So probably the thing most on her mind at this moment is like, I swear to God, if Winona drops Kai, I'm literally going to beat her until she's in a different fucking dimension.
Quirk is reading Kara's surface thoughts.
Oh, okay.
And he's jotting their notes down also as he's hearing them.
And then I imagine Winona would be walking back holding Kai, who still looks a little bit in shock from the whole situation, but is like mostly fine.
Technically,
not
I
damaged.
mean, Quirk can read Kai's surface thoughts as well. Her intelligence is 10.
At first, I imagine you would go to Winona, because I don't think Quirk knows about.
No.
The
I don't think
mouse.
Kai's
Nope.
come out yet, so
Nope.
Quirk wouldn't know to even look, or think to look. So Winona, what are your surface thoughts?
As I was trying to get out of the gravity. Like trying to reach for Kai, just.
Okay, bye.
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 And then she's just picturing like what else she could do. She's like wondering like if she can make things turn into fire, if she can turn the area into like ice or snow. Flashing thoughts of the Prince of Fools.
Hey, I was
Yeah.
thought only to do the surface of surface thoughts, so that's all I gave. What is the most immediate thing?
So you're thinking about all these different experimentations just flashing through your mind, but the Prince of Fools keeps coming back as you are trying to think of other things.
I keep hearing his fucking
Music.
That song he played.
pan flute.
And,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
he's just
think. Go ahead.
I was just saying I was making notes. Like everything I'm seeing, he's scribbling down in his notepad.
Are you probing deeper on either of them?
No, because I feel like if I did that, I would have to focus on just one, and I wanted to go back and forth.
Mm.
Okay.
How long does he go back and forth? Because then he might actually get other surface thoughts of Kara.
It has it for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, because maybe I'm thinking right at the end she'll probably start thinking about Bishaba again.
Just out of game for the DM, just so you know my purpose for doing this. He doesn't know these people, so he's just getting a feel for like what kind of people
sure.
they really are.
That's fine.
Quark, we have another companion who is like us, and he used to talk a lot about this thing called the weave. Do you know any information about the weave?
How Andraste still comes into this.
You can make a religion or arcana check. I think arcana would give you the more base kind of knowledge about how the weave assists arcane spellcasters, whereas a religion check would be more about Mistra and her part in the weave.
Well, they're both plus 17, so
I don't know you.
Also, I was wondering if you knew anything about the current god of chaos.
And that would be a religion check for that one.
okay. Well, first one is 34 for the first one, and for the another 34. I rolled 17 twice.
Okay. So first, what you know did you want to go for the more arcane route or the more religious
The first
route
one,
for the weave?
well, arcane for the first one, and then religion was the next one, right?
Okay. So you would know enough to know, at least in that route, Mistra, kind of, I mean, based on what you learned from the book earlier, Atuna created the weave, but after Atuna had left and Mistra kind of came into the mantle of the god of magic, she began to keep the weave intact and okay throughout all of the attempts against it. Uh, Shar at one point tried to use the Shadowfell to create the Shadow Weave as an alternative where it would like empower her and her worshippers specifically. It's kind of the way through just raw pure magic is accessed is the weave, this kind of like network of it. And it's tapped into and used by any casting of magic, or even in like Kara's case when she's using her Way of Shadow abilities, she's using her key to, like, she's practiced to use it, the weave, to create those abilities with her key. The weave was kind of the way that magic presents itself to beings for their use, and it flows through the material plane and every plane really, every corner of existence, I would guess, with the exception of possible dead magic zones that could be left behind from that very far past in more ancient areas. So Mr. actually, or not Mr., but Shar actually did kind of create the Shadow Weave, but its destruction wasn't really unleashed in the material plane due to Mistra, and it is more kind of remnants of it are still prevalent in the Shadowfell. Uh, Some consider the weave to be Mistra's body itself, the source of magic, the study of any caster, even divine ones. And it's almost like a fabric with which magic is drawn onto. And the weave isn't like the magic itself, but just this force that kind of channels the magic through the world that it could be like harnessed through. Do Some believed that the weave was also linked to fate, and a rare few individuals could manipulate such a connection to alter the future to their advantage. But the weave kind of like, when it was used like that, kind of bit back at the user and kind of punishing them that would use it in that way. Um, do do do. Elves have a special connection to the weave, which is why they have an easier time with magics. And I think that's about it for the weave. And then a lot of chaos. Was it 34?
Mm-hmm.
You know that there are gods that do have some power over the force of chaos, is typically, chaotic good, neutral, or evil. Gods have the ability to share that. As far as you are aware, there is no specific god of just like chaos for chaos sake. It's usually like a part of them through their kind of alignment in the outer system, but there's no one that's like chaos specifically, like kind of like
Kind of like
what
the.
no would be.
So it's a.
So kind of like how there's the god of joy, there would be like maybe the god of destruction, or like
That could be, yeah, that could be considered kind of part where like their power could have been kind of an offspring of Vistrix at one point, especially if they came from chaotic planes. There's Talos, also known as the Storm Lord, who is a god of storms and destruction. He had like kind of a separate aspect of himself that only a small group of worshippers kind of followed, known as Malik. And apparently, in that form, he is worshipped. This is typically in the Underdark where he was worshipped in this way, but he was seen as a god of wild magic. So that I think would probably you would think of in this case. He, him, and he was kind of like a leader of a group called the Gods of Fury, which I believe. No, they're not all chaotic, but they all kind of represent chaotic forces of nature. That's kind of a thing. Do do do. I mean, even Tamora has some chaotic power, being that she's chaotic good. There's one more I'm thinking of. There's a demon lord. Let me double check that there was a demon lord. No, there's a demon lord, referred to as the Queen of Chaos. She is kind of pure in her powers kind of being about chaos and not much else. Like that's very much her focus. She's in the 14th layer of the abyss. She had the upper torso of a corpulent, which I believe means, yeah, very large torso, blue-skinned humanoid female, and her lower body was a mass of purpley tentacles, 10 of them. So I guess kind of like Ursula-y, but not really watery. Because, yeah. Um, inside of the tentacles, kind of at the grouping, was a razor-sharp parrot-like beak. She had drooping locks of green hair. Oh, kind of watery. She wears a Sawagin skull as a crown, and her weapon of choice was a huge trident. She was said to be one of the oldest Oberith lords, which you remember the one book that Carl also read she was kind of like the leader of the group that was fighting the Wind Dukes of Akka. Supposedly she was the one that created the demon lord Demogorgon, who I believe could also be, at one point was recognized, and is sometimes, depending on who you ask, is recognized as the Prince of Demons. And the Queen of Chaos's lover was known as Miska the Wolf Spider, who was also once Prince of Demons and Demon Lord of Spider Fiends, like spider-like demons. Her lair, the 14th, was called the Steaming Fen, and it consisted of a vast swamp and a turbulent ocean. The lair seethed with vermin and was the home of the spider fiends. So yeah, they battled at one point with the Wind Dukes of Akka and the also called the Vati, and the Vati fashioned this item called the Rod of Law, which they used to defeat the Queen's lover, Miska. When that happened, the war was kind of lost for them, and the Queen of Chaos kind of withdrew to her lair, much weaker. It's kind of what you know.
So
She would be like
basically,
the closest thing to a chaos god.
but it feels like what you said basically is more like the god of chaos is more like the primordials at this point, to where it's like they've been split off and there's no like true one.
Yeah, like this, the race that she is kind of demon lord of, that were fighting the War of Chaos, the Oberith, was like an eldritch race of demons, very, very ancient, kind of coming about when Vistrix came about, before even some mortals. It was like still like a very small group of mortals in the world. Looking upon them can drive mortals insane, and some would say that even the cosmos are disgusted by their presence.
Cool. So, don't want to go looking for her. Okay. Well, I guess Quirk answered your question.
Thanks. When it just feels very uneasy now and kind of sits down.
Sometimes knowledge isn't what you were looking for.
Hey,
I'm sorry, what were you looking for in that book?
Which one?
The one you couldn't get open.
Whatever, it won't tell me.
When I was just staring at him, just absolutely bewildered that he missed his own point.
I mean, hey, hearing about others with the chaotic means, that doesn't mean that's you. Right? We're different. We said that before when we were reading all that other god crap.
I imagine at this point, Agatha finally overcome her emotions for the sea serpent and its amazingness. Could probably walk up the stairs, wondering where the rest of the group went.
It's been sitting there this whole time.
You are muted.
Yep.
It's as if I was in a dream or something. Where on earth am I? What's going on here?
Quirk, we wonder this all the time too. It's an unexplained phenomenon. Agatha, hey! Agatha.
Oh, Cara, dear. Are you quite all right?
Sopping wet, but I'm fine.
Oh, how wonderful for you.
Oh, right. You're into that.
I'm
We're
into that.
uh, we're finally at Quirk's library. Agatha Quirk.
Hi! Hello, scary lady. You've been sitting in the corner for like 4.5, 5 hours now. Are you alright?
She looks around for the scary lady he could possibly be talking to. Um, yes, quite all right. I don't know what came over me. And you are?
Of course.
Quirk,
This is my
Agatha
library.
Quirk.
How
Does
wonderful.
Did Agatha have any interesting items on her person?
Interesting items. She's got a trident.
Oh,
Yeah, you do
yes.
have that staff.
Quirk will hop up and move over towards
From her bag,
Agatha.
she pulls a long staff that looks like it's made of white stone. It's very light in your hands. There are some like pearlescent kind of reflections on various parts of it. And there's a hole kind of on one end of it, poking out the side. And you'll see the water flow out and freeze into the shape of a trident.
Well, Quirk will go for a handshake, and with his other hand, he will go to try and touch the trident and cast Legend Lore.
I guess Agatha would take the handshake and then be like, what's this? What's all the touching of
You
this?
suddenly see his eyes kind of go this cloudy white as they begin to glow, and where he's touching out on the trident. There's kind of this energy crackling between the hand and the trident, and Quirk. In its past, you see crashing waves, boats being crashed against rocks, sailors being thrown into the ocean, cities drowned by waves, citizens and children floating through the water. You begin to hear a deep growl of that voice. And as you look back out towards the deepest part of the sea, out from the city, you see two large eyes, red eyes, and the lightning flashes, and you can see the silhouette of this giant kind of bulbous creature under the water, surrounded by like endless tentacles. And then you
Kinky.
almost like in one eye, you can see this figure, which looks a lot kind of similar to Agatha, but she's wearing like this extremely resplendent, like blue and green dress that's being blown around by the winds. A legend lore that Quirk did on her staff, with lightning striking around her and broken pieces of ships floating under her feet in like blood red water. In your other eye, you see again this figure that looks like Agatha, wearing a similar dress. Also in both versions. I don't think I said the first time, but she's kind of wearing something that looks like it's covering up her face slightly, but you're able to determine enough to see that it kind of looks like her. She is like jetting through the water of this like beautiful blue sea with a sun shining overhead and different very quick fish and the occasional dolphin kind of swimming alongside her as this song radiates and echoes through the sea around her. and then the vision ends, and you see Agatha right in the center, kind of, where you're looking.
Oh, well, it looks like you're capable of both wonderful and terrifying things.
Don't mind him. He likes to get a little too personal in your face, and I guess reads information by touching it.
Wonderful and terrifying, you say? Thank you.
You're welcome. You've been the most polite one so far.
I normally am. I think we'll all agree. So, what have you all gotten? What you came here for? I never did ask.
Well, we kind of. I mean, tablet-wise, yes. Information-wise, for me, no.
What do you mean? You've been reading.
I've been reading, but there's so many more things I want to read.
You can,
There's
if you
more
want
books.
to
I know.
look back at any of the things that they've read about today in the handouts channel of Dungeons and Dragons. There's 3 Google documents that you can read, and then that short, 3 paragraphs about the Wind Dukes that Carl was reading about.
Sure.
Was there anything
Apparently
you
the
wanted?
Shadowfell was a very scary one.
Apparently.
Shadowfall one was freaky.
Yeah, I believe you're Also,
Quirk is a pervert who sexually assaulted Winona already.
He did not say. You've been hinting it. He's been hinting it. I'm surprised there hasn't been anything yet.
Technically, non-consensual sexual images is sexual assault.
Oh,
Yep.
well, there
So
you go.
the dick pictures was a little bit. Hey, he was sharing information with her about a text that she wasn't there when he was reading. And with that information, there was also the occasional flash of...
A dick.
He gave me a
Yeah,
dick
I guess.
pic.
you remember in watching the movie Fight Club how they would flash the big black dick every so often? I
There
basically
you
did that.
go. Nice big cock. Yeah.
No!
Was there anything you were curious on? Everybody else has looked around.
Do you have anything on diseases, ailments?
Sure, there's
Winona's
some
never
sort of
whispered a card.
information.
Her daughter.
Okay.
I don't need an inside check
Did
for that
you-
one.
Did you have anything specific in mind? Because usually medical documents are split up with intent behind them. Is it like a respiratory disease, neurological, viral, bacterial, arcane?
It could be arcane, I suppose.
Can you describe maybe what
It's
afflictions or symptoms you observed?
it's degenerative. One gradually loses one's movement, particularly in one side of the body, and begins to essentially waste away.
Did you have a name for it?
I never thought of one.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Quirk, you think, based on what it sounds like black rot, which there is a book, or there's a book kind of with some listings of various ailments and kind of treatments for different things, specifically infections and diseases rather than poisons but it's not magical.
Well, I think I have a book. It should be on the first floor. Second row?
Yeah, you all are at the first floor right now, so you can kind of point back.
Yeah,
Right.
second row, fifth shelf down, fourth one up, third book over. To the right.
Thank you. Something intriguingly unsettling about you. I like it. I'll be back in a moment.
I like that you like it.
Oh boy, another one.
Oh god. At this point, Kara's getting annoyed with all the fucking flirty talk, but also at the same time, she's like, fucking, gotta be all pretty with big boobs and tall women.
He kind of hit on you earlier.
She didn't get the hint.
Agatha, it doesn't take too long to walk over to that shelf and kind of track your finger where he said, finding this
Okay.
book titled with about diseases, ailments,
Okay.
things like that. You flip to what Quirk had said, black rot, that's alphabetical. It kind of talks about the symptoms, like you said, and for treatment, it says, there's like a particular natural balm that druids had proved to work against something like this. Includes some of the ingredients, which I can think of if interested. It also explains that cleric magic, like a remove disease or greater restoration, can cure it.
Okay, so she's going to be reading that and be like, all this time.
Ooh.
Yeah. It does sound a lot easier than you were told.
Oh no! Oh, that was just a that was a 5 fucking second breakthrough. That was the most excitement I just got out of all the readings today. Woo!
What happened?
So Agatha looked up the disease or illness called black rot,
The black rot, yeah.
and it can be easily cleansed by cleric magic, like a greater restoration or whatever could be used. Remove disease, and it sounds like it could have been a lot easier to get done
So
than
you're telling
what,
me this bitch manipulated you?
like we've been saying!
How long does
Back in those days.
as you read the book, how long, like how many seconds are you just staring at it before you continue? Like respond.
She's just going to be like sitting there for like a good 30 seconds pondering. She'll be like, I found what I needed. If anyone would like to at some point meditate with me so I have a safe space in which to scream my head off, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, of course. After I wanted to read this other book real quick, and then we can do that. Real quick, might be an hour or two. I'm not quite sure how long it'll be. Or do you need it now?
I've read a book on meditation.
Well, it's kind of different meditation, and it also, oh god, I don't know if I feel like dealing with that.
I'll handle this, Kara. And she'll grab Quirk's hand and Agatha's hand.
Oh.
You hear an explosion, you know what happened.
Oh, okay, y'all are doing.
She'll stop herself. Do you want us to wait for you?
No, you guys could do it. It's fine. You got it.
Are you sure, dear? We'll wait.
There's other things we could look at. Winona, imagine what forbidden magics there must be in these books.
Oh! We went for a swim, Malia, love. Let's go do that again, shall we? And Winona will go with Agatha and show her to show her the new trick she's done outside, like kind of just eating up the time till Kara finishes what she's got to do.
Oh.
Yeah, Kara was kind of sinking down and then brought herself back up. She mentally cleared out.
Okay. So, do you want to explain what trick you are doing for Agatha before I say what Kara reads?
You're always wondering the next time you'll be at the sea, and I'd always feel so terrible about it, so it's about time I could bring the sea to you. And I'm going to create, and this time we'll be like outside, and I'm going to create the bubble actually like probably like 5 feet above the air. So it's like high enough that it, yeah.
A bubble.
So a giant globe of water. Like it's not just a bubble where the outside of it's a bubble shape, but like
60
the
feet
whole
there.
thing is water. You can see like obviously it's floating 5 feet above the ground and it's kind of pretty clear, other than the trees kind of breaking into it and floating with the leaves. But you see that if you went up into it, you could swim above that.
Winona Everguys, what eldritch power have you tapped into?
My love, it's
With
the
the
Eldritch power that. Oh,
excessive use of this chaotic ability, also that cracking thing that happens is up to your elbow.
oh. Fortunately, nobody sees that happening.
Yeah, right.
But I definitely feel it.
Mm-hmm. So I think you go for a swim.
Okay.
I mean, once you obviously it's 5 feet up, but you just put like half of your body in, and your powers kind of kick in, and you can jet around, going up to the top above the leaves. So the sun is shining down, just kind of floating up above the trees. And then while y'all do that, Kara, you find this book that appears to just kind of be titled to be about the abyss, kind of as a whole. And
Well,
some of the specific layers in the realms, and talking about some of the different powers of the abyss.
oh, well, this hits my
So-
Orcus question then too. So let's go.
The intro starts out, the infinite layers of the abyss was the birthplace of the demons, a chaotic evil universe unto itself with uncountable layers of infinite variety, connected haphazardly. The abyss's place in the cosmology of the planar system shifted over time, but the nature of the plane remained fairly constant. A violent, malevolent place where the strong survived on the backs of the weak. The weak conspired to overthrow the strong, and alliances only lasted while convenient, and the landscape itself tortured the mind and body of all who dared to pass. It's connected to the other outer planes, the Astral Sea, Pandemonium, Carcerai, and Outlands. One group was able to catalog 679 layers, but some suggest that it's infinite. The first layer, which many often venture into when they visit, is called Pazunia, named for its lord Pazuzu. And it was kind of known for these iron fortresses that dotted the land. It was very barren, other than these pits that would lead down to other layers, lower layers of the abyss. Outside of the layers, home to demon lords or other powers, there's a bunch of different kinds. Some could be dominant in a particular element, like water, fire, earth, or air, but like the worst possible. Like air would just be constant storms. Water could be like an endless ocean of blood, things like that.
Oh.
Some layers were just completely used as a battleground between the demons and devils when they were having their blood war. And some would reflect certain climates, like a dry, endless, red sand desert, or maybe an endless ocean with glaciers that would just slam into each other constantly and break apart. Some layers could hold endless storms that are just about the storms and nothing else, and some are even filled with illusions that will madden the mind of anybody venturing through them. All of them, even the terrible ones, would contain demons of some kind. In the book, there's a little table where it lists 36 demon lords or darker powers Probably some of the ones that stand out to you as you read down are Baphomet, Bashaba, Dagon, Moander, Orcus, the Queen of Chaos, and Umberlee. First, okay. In this section, as you flip down through to Bashaba, she has a page or two dedicated to her. Scott, your mic is doing the buzzy thing. Oh, wait, stop.
Oh, it stopped.
So that's Bashaba, or Lady Doom, is the god of misfortune, accidents, and bad luck. She demanded worship for followers to avoid her misfortune, and most feared her presence. But even with that fear, many would still invite her, kind of send their prayers out to her to their events just to avoid her wrath.
Sounds
She was
similar.
on the 13th layer, the Blood Tor, a black rocky mountain with many ledges, canyons, and kind of strewn with boulders to make travel very difficult. Rivers of blood flowed down from the top of the mountain to the bottom into a sea of blood. Winds constantly batter the mountains, making travel that much more difficult. Bashaba resides in a tower at the peak, and Umberlee also once resided in the Blood Tor Sea, but she moved to the Deep Wilds, a location in the Astral Sea, which is where that god Talos was, with a bunch of forces that represent different forces of nature. Dire black stags with sharp horns climb through the mountains, and cave systems inside the mountains are used by her devotees to travel through the mountain to various ritual sites, temples, homes throughout the mountain. Often they would have large scrying pools that were made with blood. And they would just give their constant worship to her in the tower. She didn't really venture out much. That is really all there is about Bashaba. There's not really... There's kind of like these big things noted about her, but a lot of specifics, there's not really much going on there yet. Orcus has a very... Not very, but probably like double the size of Bashaba's. Starting. Orcus, also known as Tenebris, was a demon prince and purported primordial that served as master of the undead from the depths of the abyss. Returned from undeath but not technically alive, the demon lord of undeath was the multiverse's staunchest advocate for stagnation, seeking to exterminate all life, to darken and desolate all worlds, until all that remained in his static reality was undead, moved only by his will. The Bloodlord was believed to be one of the mightiest demon lords, one that inspired dread in the hearts of gods. The shadow that was among the powers of the abyss, most often worshipped as a deity, because he's not technically a god, by the mortals of the prime material plane, and even more than the prince of demons himself, the Demogorgon that I mentioned earlier, was close to obtaining true godhood. Orcus was. He's very self-absorbed, hating all living things, and seeks to end all hope. He cared for nothing but himself. Even his devotees and undead minions were just minions to push his plans forward, just pawns. He only found slight bits of joy in the misery that he caused. And while most undead didn't require sustenance, Orcus has an insatiable greed, with minions in his realm constantly bringing him things to consume. But his only true satisfaction would be consuming the blood of the living. He's unable to be harmed by non-magical weapons, highly resistant to the elements, immune to some magics, and immune to charms and fears. He has the unique ability to see through the eyes and memories of Bodax. His strongest, most powerful... Kara can try to make a roll to determine, or
Well,
ask somebody later.
continue.
Wait, I have to make a roll to what?
Know what a
I asked-
Bodak is.
Yeah, I asked what a Bodak is. But continue, Hunter. We can.
His strongest, most powerful treasure is the Wand of Orcus, with supplying him with many more abilities that he already has, and it contributes to much of his power. On the occasions, because it has happened, his wand has been destroyed before or separated from him, he is particularly weakened while he recreates or finds it. His realm was the 333rd layer, 333, Thanatos. It was dotted with necropoles, which is the plural of necropolis. It's like a bunch of city-like graveyards, and hordes of undead. His palace was called the Everlost, within a bone meal desert called Oblivion's End. He has battled with some other demon lords, Demogorgon and Grast. He's also battled with the Raven Queen.
Shit.
And he sees Kelemvor as an enemy, as they're both kind of on opposite spectrums of undeath. And he's had short alliances with Yinogu and Igwilf. It also writes about a patron, or his patronage to another great power, this terrible lich called Vecna.
Wow.
Wow. So, I mean,
So now I'll send that part.
so wait,
in there.
does clarify for me again if it said or if it didn't say, like, what is his purpose? What does he do?
He's
like
the
in
master of undeath. That's what
Okay.
his main title is.
So like he can, like, all of the undead that is in the abyss, like, he has control over
Typically, the ones in his realm
in
are
his
the
realm.
ones that he is really like having control over. It said he also had some control over Bodax, which you can ask about later to somebody that might know, or
I can make
find
a
it in
roll.
a different book.
Yeah, because now.
But yeah, he's just kind of this master of undead in the kind of throughout the abyss, but primarily in his realm.
Okay, because, like, that's me trying to figure out what then happens if he isn't there to control them. Do they just go haywire?
They would probably just continue on with whatever intelligence they had. If they're like mindless zombies, then they're probably just going to be kind of stumbling around awkwardly. But some of the like more intelligent undead creatures, like
Vampires.
if he has any liches in his service or any vampires in his service, they would probably continue on doing whatever they do. I don't know.
Oh, okay. That
Yeah,
was really...
usually those things like killing things anyway.
But
Okay.
typically,
Move your controllers.
most demon lords, even when they like die, typically come back, except in a few cases of like other gods either killing them in a certain way or just imprisoning them, so they can't really do anything anymore.
Okay. And then, I don't know if I missed this and didn't jot it down for myself, but who else resides in the 13th layer?
Umberlee.
Umberlee. Okay, I
Which-
did write that.
I don't know if you remember, but Agatha has mentioned Umberlee before.
Yes, I remember. No. Okay. Yeah, this is one that Kara just kind of leans back and is like real lost in thought for a moment. Okay. I guess then she's gonna meet up with Winona and Agatha wherever they ran off to with Quirk and Water Bubble. Probably outside. So much important information. So much highlight.
As y'all are out there, perhaps as like Kara is starting to come out, y'all notice towards the base of the bubble, kind of down the path, you'll see three small creatures. Well, they're large technically, but yeah. Kind of crouched down, sniffing at the ground and looking up at the bubble. They are kind of standing on their back legs. They appear to have some sharp claws, red scales, like a kind of yellow underbelly. As they're kind of sniffing, you see little puffs of smoke coming out of their nostrils and slight fire coming out of their mouths. But they're not really engaging. They're just sniffing and kind of looking curiously.
Would you say in the time it took Kara to do that and we were waiting was a short rest?
Sure. That would have been more than an hour.
Okay, cool.
At least.
Are those friends of yours? Y'all did show up with a giant cat person.
Quirk, I would say Quirk has probably seen some of these creatures before. Once, probably when he was getting to the library. I imagine he hasn't gone outside very much since he got here. But they appear to be what you believe is referred to as some kind of... They look like dinosaurs almost, but they have some like weird mutations that are kind of different.
Does it seem to Quirk that they are sniffing and following the trail that they left from the beach towards the library?
I think this would have been the direction that came up. If y'all came to the same, because there's more than one entrance, kind of eventually leading up. But if y'all came to the same one that y'all walked up these stairs, then it would be the same one. I think y'all said main entrance, so yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, it seems like something hungry is following y'all's scent. It's coming this way. Y'all
Hello,
can fight, right?
Winona Agatha!
Hello?
Come back!
Sorry.
I'm just coming over, so I'm not really able to respond here.
We have
Y-
3 things heading towards us.
Yeah, the fire belly things.
It looks
So-
like they're not really coming towards you yet. They're just kind of still inspecting and staring. They look like this.
They're dinos.
Give me 1 second. How many are there?
2.
3. Oh, 2? I thought it was 3.
There's 2.
Somebody's reality manipulation and use Veil of Confusion, so they will think each other enemies. Selects 2 creatures they can see within range. On a failed wisdom save, those targeted confuse friends for arch enemies and will attack them for the duration. Each round a target unknowingly harms a friend or hears a plea that they are being tricked. They may roll another wisdom check to break free from the evil. It said from the evil.
Interesting.
That's... Oh.
Well, good job.
Okay.
I love how instantly right after Hunter was like, they don't seem to be attacking, when I was like,
That's
Go.
Winona.
You
They don't seem to be
see
attacking us.
the 2 of them start to kind of like basically pounce at each other, run at each other, and start to use their claws and biting in at each other. At one point, one of them rears up a little bit and then exhales a small cone of fire, but the other one is only kind of partially scorched. And they continue to fight like that until one of them stops moving, and the other is just kind of breathing heavily over the other one, blood all around its neck and around its mouth, kind of still steaming up with the fire.
We could deal with it now if you'd like.
I mean, it seems like you already kind of did. As he's saying that, Quirk is adding to his notes about Winona. Unstable, possibly dangerous.
Winona also giggled as like that was happening.
Okay, at this point, you're feeling your cracks going up to your shoulder.
She'll actually like grab like her shoulder and kind of like.
Yeah, we still never rested, so we don't know what the fuck's going on. I guess Kara comes
Also,
out. Oh, go ahead.
Before I forget, since you leveled up to 15th level, if you want to roll your health, Agatha, we'll both roll a d8.
Oh, and Agatha's with us.
Because you're doing. I assume you're doing another warlock level, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I rolled a 5. Okay, so you get 5 plus your Constitution to your health.
God, everybody gets a higher hit die than I do.
Stop playing the glass cannons.
They're so fun.
The other one lets out another fire breath onto the form of the other, kind of cooking some of the meat that it's opened up as it's torn into its hide, and then after scorching it, starts to snap at it, pulling it off.
Agatha, would you like to deal with the last one, and then we could have a spot at dinner tonight?
She's kind of distracted. I mean, is it going to attack us?
Well, I know, but we do have to eat, don't we?
Yeah, that's true.
Oh my God, is
There's a lot of people here.
Agatha's the one saying no right now?
Very well. I've been looking for a chance to unwind. And she'll let out chain lightning.
Oh, then she hasn't learned her lesson on that one.
Did I roll a dexterity saving throw? Natural 20.
Oh.
Okay.
So that was a 21.
I love it. Kara's casually coming out like, "Are y'all done fucking around?" Whoa! Like.
That takes 19 lightning damage.
As it snaps into another bite, it is shocked, slightly kind of flinching and drawing up with the kind of stun. Then it starts shaking its head off and looking over in the direction that the lightning came from.
Okay. Well, now that it's pissed, Quirk will pull out his wand and use 5 charges of his wand of magic missiles.
5 charges?
So it shoots 5 darts?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She said.
It's the dice plus 5, right? Because each one gets plus 1.
Yeah.
It's a machine wand quirk.
Oh my
That's
God.
17 points of force damage, right? I think it's force damage.
Okay, so it starts to charge towards Agatha down the path, and then these small missiles shoot forward from the wand, almost look like they're going to go into Agatha, and then immediately like curve around her just slightly, and then continue forward at the dinosaur, knocking it kind of to its side in the burst of force as it was charging towards you. So now it's kind of laying to your left, Agatha.
Okay. Otherwise, it's dead to the left of Agatha.
It looks rough, but it looks like it's trying to get back up. But you have time to do something if you'd like.
Okay.
I will say, you do have a giant bubble of water. Wait, My mom is calling me.
Oh.
Let's take a quick bathroom break and see
Okay.
what happens after.
Also, the bubble of water is not there because I did the Veil of Confusion. So that had to disperse. Yeah, sorry.
Both
But there is a
concentration.
shit ton of water on the floor. I've... Ugh.
When there's unfortunately
That-
still like one or two more things I wanted to read on. But the group is becoming done.
No, it's okay, because now we can do this. We're going to cook the meat and stuff, so you can still be doing the book stuff while we're, like, prepping dinner.
Yeah, this will give Quirk an excuse to pull out the cooking books. Like,
It's a
different ways-
role-play day, hun.
Oh
It's
my
a role-play day.
Right now, Nell is just back there chilling, looking at like musical notes from past composers.
Like,
Trying
look
to
at all.
replicate what they do.
I highlight the stuff that's important to the lore. Look at these pages. Look at all.
The highlighting.
Then it just turns into chaotic highlighting. Then there's
That's
these.
when you should just box the whole page.
Oh, that would have been
Yellow.
smarter. Yeah, that would have been so much smarter. Like, I mean, like normal pages is like, wow, look at that page with like 2 lines of highlighted information. It's like, wow. I started writing really small too. It does look really chaotic. It's not even all of the info.
I'm fucking screaming.
Fuck that Orcus shit.
What
Fuck
does this
that
mean?
Orcus. Fuck
The first
that
comment,
Orcus shit.
it means I have to call my dad.
But fuck that Orcus shit. That, like, listening to it, I'm like, oh god.
Okay, the Shadowfell shit.
That Shadowfell shit? That was fucked up too.
I mean, I knew it was a little messed up, but I didn't know it was that fucking bad.
It's bad. And Martin's
Also-
like, yup, this is a part of my character plot.
What do you guys suppose the CR is of that dreadnought thing? Juggernaut.
It's gotta be high. I don't want to fight it.
Yeah,
It literally has a fucking stomach that sends you to a plane that you can't get into normally. Like, I'm okay.
It's got to be in the 20s.
Do you want to know what that made me think of, Ronnie?
What?
The plane that you can't get out of, and the one, there was that video that you said that he got stuck into a plane, and it was somewhere in the astral plane, and he was like, well, what else are you gonna do? And the player was like, well, I can't do anything. No, I know. That's literally exactly what happened.
I don't know if it's the same creature, but yeah.
It was like, I can't do anything, and he's like, well, then
So-
how do you want to describe your character in his last moments? This is where he's gonna be for the rest of his life. Like,
It was, well, like, I remember they were there was the BBEG fight. It was Mordecai as something, and he asked to just send him with this, I think it was a bomb or some really important item, and he's like, just send me with it, get me out of here with it, I'll sacrifice myself. So he plane shifts him to the astral plane, and he's like, you turn and you see this gargantuan, like, creature that you can't even fathom what you're seeing right now. Approaching you, and then he's like, do you have any means to
escape.
escape the astral plane? And he says, no. And he says, do you have anything else you want to say? He's like, I turn and I look at the stars, and I just say, it looks like home. And the DM's like, and those are the last words of yada yada yada.
Well, bitch, you have fucking planar abilities. You're not gonna get stuck. That's not gonna be you. That's gonna be me. Do you have any means of getting out?
Okay,
No.
So the thing that makes me worried, I need to change my shirt. It's uncomfortable as fuck. The thing that makes me worried is, in order to plane shift, we have to hold hands in a circle. But if we're giving her a book, we're gonna have to not be doing that for a moment. If you catch my drift.
No. But I'm saying, like, you yourself specifically, like, being very selfish, you will not be stuck. You can't be stuck.
Yes.
There's no way for you to be stuck. Like, even Cloud, he can't be stuck. He could always prepare plane shift, and he could leave the following day.
Oh, it's so much better.
Oh my god, my cousin's going off meeting fucking all the anime voice actors. Like, she met the guy who voices Luffy, voices Madara. Like, I'm like, she's going off on sending me this stuff right now.
I'm gonna be dead tomorrow, guys, so fair warning.
Why are you gonna be dead tomorrow?
I'm on the pre-closing server tonight, and it's Saturday, and we're probably gonna be
Oh,
busy tonight.
no. You're gonna be clocked out even more than usual.
Well, if you would like to Postmates me coffee, you are more than welcome to.
Wow.
I'm just kidding. I have coffee here.
Oh, I was literally just googling how.
Scott was getting ready.
Oh, Scott, you sweetheart.
Okay, I'm sorry, but like that I'm sorry, but that 5 seconds of Agatha, like, I want to research the illness of my daughter was like the most dramatic thing that happened today. Like, oh yeah, this could have been a really easy thing to fix.
You're
And
like,
I'm
oh yeah,
like,
I tried to send it down and clear that right up. We were like, ah!
Whenever you mentioned it, obviously, like, I just learned about it, so like, I didn't have anything like written or anything, but I was like, actually.
Actually, I do. That was fucked up. That's
Yeah, it actually won't be
fucked
too
up.
hard.
Oh my, so fucked up.
Because I didn't like have it all sorted out in my head. I was like, maybe Hydra made her ill, or maybe it's just a normal illness and she was tricked. But okay, I have her reaction ready.
Oh god, we can't wait. Okay, so where do we be? You guys blew up creatures. Ed Carr was
Yeah, it
just
was
coming
rough,
out.
and it was about to get back up, and I was suggesting a Titan of the Sea, but the water went away. So, and it has to be 1,000 feet across, and yeah.
Oh,
Oh no, it's all mine's always.
Close enough.
well, however you want to murder. Oh my god, however you want to murder it.
Okay. Well, she'll see it standing next to her, and then just send out a finger of death.
Jesus.
Constitution save.
Excuse me.
I rolled a natural 1 on my last save against you, and now I know. Wait, I rolled a natural 20 on my last save against you, and I just rolled a natural 1.
Wow.
I think I said natural 1 the first time.
Yep.
Circle
Yep.
of life. So 57 necrotic damage.
Oh my god.
That kills it. So I believe something happens, right?
Don't
Is
you
it
get
a
like a
humanoid?
zombie pet?
Oh, it's not a humanoid.
Oh,
okay.
Damn, that would have been cool.
that would have been cool.
I don't know what
I would have been like,
happens
great, we
if
can't eat it now.
Yeah, yeah. Kara comes out seeing y'all fuck with them, and she's like, "Are y'all done?"
I will say still, even without the whole zombie thing, and Kara, as you walk out, you also take part in this half something, half dinosaur, slowly from the outside to the in decay and black
I
and
knew it.
kind
It was
of
all rotten. Ugh.
get dark. Some ooze like bust out of a wound on its chest.
Okay, that was me rolling to see if Kara threw up or not. That was a con save. So she swallows something back down. Y'all good?
Well,
No.
what?
I think our dear friend Quirk here just learned how lethal we are.
Or how fucked up we are? I'm glad that we're showing our true colors.
Yeah, and Quark is like scribbling notes.
Yeah,
Okay.
showing.
Ah. Right. More information for his book to write about us, right? So then the whole world can read about the things that we do to that.
Winona kind of rubs her shoulder again.
Yeah,
Wow.
even after the ability has passed and like the divinity you stopped using it, you would kind of expect it to slowly go back down, but it's just staying at the same spot even as you're trying to calm down.
Feel no
And
love.
Agatha, also probably like the water that was on her from the swimming is starting to like drip up around her, and there's like a bit of like little crackles of electricity that pop off her.
I don't don't like that. That's gonna be hard to put back down. Kara kind of runs over and like holds both of their hands. She's like, are y'all a little tense right now? Come on, are you okay?
I mean, I feel okay, kind of.
Okay, I'm not gonna inside check that because you said kind of. I was about to have my hand raised.
I don't know. I don't know how to really describe how I'm feeling. A bit staticky, maybe.
Yeah, it feels weird. Like if I was about to say, is there balloons in this world?
No.
Damn. How do I describe the static that like? You know, after
you
like
just-
you like a blanket.
thunderstorm. Like there's electricity in the air.
Yes, but not normally. People get struck by lightning. No, like just
No,
normal
but
static.
sometimes if there's enough static in the air, like people's hair will like naturally like
Yeah, there's,
raise
like,
up a little.
Oh,
A
okay.
smell of ozone, just kind of like whatever you. I've heard it's kind of citrusy.
Okay. Yeah, I can kind of tell. I'm like, whenever I like take your hand and close it, it's kind of like this weird like, like, you know, like after you
Yeah.
like get all staticky and then you touch something, it's like, ah. That's kind of what I'm
You
imagining.
Above in the sky too, the sun that was once there, that y'all were swimming under, has started to kind of gray clouds have started to float overhead,
Oh.
and the sound of thunder in the distance.
It's gonna rain. You know what that means.
I'm gonna druidcraft check the weather. Like, is it just
weather?
the weather? Like, is it just this area is getting cloudy, or is everything the weather is actually going to be like that?
An 80% chance it's gonna rain.
Well, at first, this golden orb of the sun pops up with like small clouds floating around it in your hand, and then there's kind of a shudder, and the sun gets smaller and like morphs into a cloud, which then groups with the other clouds and turns into like a small storm cloud in your hand.
I want to test something, and this might totally be really bad because I'm having a theory. Hey, Winona, can you bend down here for a little bit? I want to see. Just come down here. I'm sorry. Slaps her across the face for some immediate reaction. She wants some type of emotional reaction out of Winona to see what happens to the weather.
No, screw.
Wild surge.
Yeah.
Oh, 9 was a low one. Is that a fireball?
Oh God!
Oh no.
Is that a fireball?
It's
We're
a
outside though.
magic missile.
Directed at.
Probably me.
I mean, I'm assuming Kara.
I guess that makes sense.
Okay.
It's gonna be random, but yeah, it makes sense for.
Go ahead, roll it.
So
what is
5d4 plus 5, I believe. I think it's the same.
Yes.
I've not used magic missile.
Ow!
Ooh, that was a
Hey,
spicy
you
one.
probably even stumbled back a bit. 1, not used to being hit. 2, the force
Yeah.
of 5.
Not used to
Like,
it.
I can imagine, like, Winona's like, ah! And then the fucking magic missiles come out from behind her, and Kara's like, oh no.
But as far
would
as
say-
like, oh, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say like as she kind of like jerked back, they all came out of her left arm.
Oh, her arm. Okay.
But as you stumble back and shake off the hit, you look up looking for any reaction in the weather, and I mean, you don't see it get darker. It doesn't start to rain. You don't see any lightning.
Okay.
You
It
still
didn't
hear
get
that thunder,
more
but it's not
intense.
like on time with what you did or anything.
Okay. Okay.
What the fuck was that about?
I'm so sorry. I had a theory, and like I felt the best way to get a big emotional reaction out of you was to just hit you without you knowing, without warning. I thought the weather had an thing going on with you. I thought there was a correlation because you're tense and the weather's tense, or it's Agatha. No, I'm not gonna hit Agatha. I refuse.
Things without asking.
Do it.
Yeah.
Couldn't possibly imagine what that's like.
Did you say do it, Agatha?
Well, you wouldn't hit me. Kara, I
Yeah.
want you to hit me as hard as you can.
Oh.
Are you sure?
I deserve it.
I don't really want to, unless you really, really want me to, but I
Haven't
don't.
I taught you anything? Stop being so fucking weak, girl, and hit me.
Intrusive and possibly abusive relationship among the group. Possibly volatile.
There's
Oh, shut up. Go back to concentrating on my breasts.
So there's a moment
Emotional
that
instability among most.
there's a moment that like Kara tightens her hand and starts to wind up as she would normally to full-blown punch Agatha. But as she charges in, her hand instead opens and she jumps to hug her instead and just holds her so tight. She's like, I know you're hurting, but don't let me hurt you because of it.
At
Oh,
least
for
one
goodness
seems non-violent.
For goodness sake, girl. Stop being so soft.
It begins to rain. Kind of quietly.
Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. I just hold her for a moment before looking at the others, and I'm like, let's go inside, let's meditate, let's talk.
Controls weather? Question mark. Possibly coincidence. Need further testing.
You are literally Nenio. I love it. Okay. So she'll jump off Agatha and take her hand, take Winona's, and then like, come on, Quark, your book's getting wet.
You actually, you take Agatha's hand. You're saying that to Quirk as you're going to grab Winona's hand, and then you realize Winona is not there anymore.
Did she did the poof thing again?
I
Well, no idea.
I swear I didn't do it this time.
Kara's gonna cast message real quick. Winona?
Quark is going to cast Locate Creature on Winona.
I don't think the message could reach, because y'all are at the main entrance, and the entrance to his little thing was on the opposite side of the hall, and
Okay.
down more, so it was probably like just out of range. The locate creature, you can... Wait, do you have to roll, or...
It's 1,000 feet.
Does she roll to like resist it, or does it just happen?
No, if I'm familiar with something, I can sense the direction of it.
Yeah, so you sense her in the direction of where the tablet is, where your little camp is, back at the main base.
She's back inside.
Yeah, at this point, like, Kara's not using message. She just kind of drags Agatha along. Winona! Winona! At the top of her lungs.
What's up? I don't know.
Are you? I mean, you're in the campsite,
Okay.
doing what you were saying.
Alright, so I exit Quirk's tent.
You can
Holding
hear
Ayun.
Kara shouting as you exit from outside.
Slap me in the face, why don't you? She's trying very hard to, like, resist just poofing away right now. Like, she knows the jig is up, so she's just shaking the book in her arms right now.
Ooh.
I guess that's what they see when they walk in. You looking down at it.
Well, what's happening?
The Book of Ayun is in her hands. What? Shaking
Hold
the whole
on.
thing.
Winona. Just wait a moment.
I think it's time you learned what it's like to do things without asking.
I'm sorry.
Do you guys need a minute? This seems like
This is it.
pent up
Yeah.
emotions.
Hearing the At hearing, ignoring Quirk at the I'm sorry, she immediately just holds the book at her side and holds her arm out.
Arm out for what?
To
To what?
A hug.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what you meant by arm out because I couldn't see where your arm
I
went
imagine
from
you
the
also
screen.
squat slightly.
Yeah. I'm a tall bitch.
Yes, you are a tall bitch. Yeah, Kara comes down and hugs. I did it again. I acted without thinking.
And I almost did.
Well, I'm glad you didn't, but I shouldn't have hit you.
I'm sorry for going through your things, Quack.
Wait, what?
what?
She turns to look at Quirk and she like holds up the book. I took this from your tent.
Okay.
He was about to have an anxiety attack. He was really like, he's like, what? All right, good.
Agatha, is she here? Did she come in with us?
Yeah,
you
I
her.
dragged her in.
How are you feeling, love?
Maybe
Shall we discuss that somewhere else?
we should do.
Are we ready?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, is somebody gonna try to hit somebody else now?
Oh no, no,
That
no. That's
seems to be how y'all solve y'all's problems.
No, that's a me thing. Sorry.
Straight to violence.
No, that's a me thing. I
No
mean, violence.
thought whatsoever.
And you know what? You're about to witness that. Very close, but I'm not. Sit your ass down.
I'm curious to see you try.
I'm a good person. I'm a good person. I'm a good person. I'm a good person. Okay, and Kara sits down on the floor.
All right, everybody, sit in a circle. Join hands.
I've read a book about this. Are we all going to do a hymn mantra? What's happening here? Should I lead this?
What? You know what?
Leading the meditation. Oh my gosh, that is so rude. Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, you know what, Quirk? Go ahead. You fucking lead. Let's see.
All right. Everybody sit down. Get comfortable.
Mhm.
All right. Find your inner self.
Mhm.
Become one with the world.
Mhm.
Block out all outside interference. Breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth. Relax and let every muscle melt away. Let all your fears escape you.
At this point, I think since we're like in the camp, I think isn't the camp connected to the first floor, right? So like,
It's in like a separate
oh, it's separate.
little
Okay.
offshoot
Because
from
I
the
was
first floor.
I was about to like not have my eyes closed yet and look at Nell and be like, I can't do that. So she'll just roll her eyes and do her normal meditation, trying to find that space in the mind.
I don't know if this would be some sort of charisma check of some sort, but if it is, it's a 0.
It's a.
No matter what it is, I rolled a natural 1.
Oh, great.
I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Great, it doesn't work on Quirk.
Everybody is trying to meditate and find this peace. Perhaps through Quirk's. I don't know if he's completely aware of what's trying to be succeeded at here.
No.
So I think that kind of contributes to the natural one. Y'all are all working on finding this mind palace, and you think you're like kind of there at the threshold of it. And then, oddly, you feel this kind of tingling sensation, like stomach lurching, kind of almost slight motion sickness, and opening your eyes, you see a large expansive void of pink mist. On a grass-covered island with a tree next to y'all.
Where the fuck are we?
I didn't do that on purpose, I promise.
Did you accidentally plane shift us? Pinch me! Pinch me! Hit me! Pinch me! Wake me up! Let's see. Something! Go ahead. Yeah, I'm
Winona's not even, like, paying attention to you. She's quickly just, like, looking around for Steven.
Hello! Stop
Don't
it!
let go!
Who all went?
You, looking up, turning your body around, kind of starting to stand and look around. You walk around the tree a little bit, and up above, at the edge of your range, you don't see Steven, but you see something that looks very similar to the tail that you saw, still continuing.
Okay, wait. Are we saying that we're actually in the astral plane and that thing that you call Steven is probably here and, like, around? And there are others that are like Steven?
Yes, dear.
Oh
So
my
let's
god,
quickly
please.
focus on, Ayun?
I believe it's Quirk, Agatha, Kara,
And Winona.
That we're all saying down.
Okay,
I
so
just wasn't sure if all of us
wait. We were supposed to be leading a meditation to go into the retracts of our mind. How the fuck did we end up here looking at Quark?
I don't know!
Wow.
What did you do?
I
Is
mean,
this what meditation is like? I've never
What
tried it.
did you do? Are you gaslighting me right now? Are you bullshitting me? Like, or did you do something?
My insides are beautiful.
God, I think it was me, but I didn't try to do it on purpose.
Okay.
You did this?
Well, yeah, I was just thinking
How?
about how bad, we were meditating and I just wanted so badly to be here and I didn't think it would.
Shit, I fucking stirred you up with this.
This is
This is our fault. This isn't your fault, Winona. This is our fault.
Just fix it.
I said, I'm sorry.
I just hold Agatha's hand. I'm like, well, while we're here, might as well try and grab Ayun real quick, and then let's get the fuck out.
what?
What? Yes,
She's here?
she. As far as this one knows, pointing at Winona, she.
The last time I saw her, I was on a different floating rock in this emptiness void.
A different floating rock.
I don't know if...
Quirk cast locate creature on the goddess Ayun.
Alright.
That entire
Not as smart as you
statement
look.
had a question mark.
You reach out, trying to sense Ayun. And for a second, there's nothing. And then suddenly you feel like the indicator of her location all around you, everywhere.
Oh shit.
Suddenly, out of the mist, out at the edge of the mist where y'all can see with your vision, it's like 200 feet. What looks like a large floating island with a temple kind of like building decorated with mirrors and windows along the outside kind of floats into view, and a glowing staircase descends down from the edge of it.
That seems awfully unnecessary.
It reaches down to this island, and over the edge of this island you see a very tall, like maybe 10 feet, kind of a woman with blue skin, draped in white robes, and she kind of has this veil over her face, but this little piece of fabric covering her eyes has the symbol of the three eyes on it. And she slowly descends down as this kind of space you're in, where like the mist was all pink around you, and there was this kind of sourceless light. Now this, as far as you can see, it all just looks blue, and there's this light glowing from like behind her, kind of silhouetting her as she comes down.
Corp is writing this all on his notepads.
So I guess Ayun picks the followers feature.
Fucking dead.
She comes to the about like 5 steps from where the island is. Let me see. I can use my voice changer.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yo, this is also another one of those turns that I wasn't expecting to have at this moment. Like, two things today now have me like, wait, I wasn't expecting this.
Winona's gonna slip Agatha her little flask of wine. See if she wants a drink.
Also, for all the shit talking Quirk has done about the gods, y'all can visibly notice he is nervous right now.
Oh! Oh, what's the matter? Kara's gonna feel this one out.
Because it's one of those fuck around and find out moments.
Yeah.
Yeah. She, with her hands kind of crossed in front of her, her mouth is covered, so you can't really, see it move or anything. But in all of your heads, kind of psychically, you can hear.
You've brought me my book.
Yes.
Seems invasive.
Oh, we're not going to talk about invasive with this one.
Yes, we, I guess, found ourselves here before you with the book.
My book.
His book. She rolls her eyes.
I mean, technically, isn't it both of yours?
Is there a name tag on the book?
Winona not trying to, like, hold it any further. She'll just walk forward with it. It's time to say goodbye, Quirky.
I think I'm just trying to do a thingy.
She responds.
That book may have been in your library, but the book is mine and was left by my followers.
Well, you know what they say, finders keepers.
Which, actually, you didn't find. We found. So,
In my library.
are you really doing this right now?
Winona just continues walking forward with the book.
When I'm just like, please, just take it.
Just
Scared him.
She responds.
Would you like to test that, God to be?
Ooh.
Know that although you hold the power of knowledge, I hold more than you. At the moment, perhaps one day this could be settled. But
Oh, hang on, there's a little bit more of it. Oh, I think it was like, but now I would like my book. And then she holds out her hands at this point.
Just give it to the woman. Give it to the woman.
That's it. I hand it
Okay.
to
Hold on. I think Hunter's doing another thing. I want to ask questions.
And you can ask it, and then I'll...
Cara was gonna say, just a curious question, if you don't mind giving like a curtsy bow. What exactly is in that book that was very important?
Can I look? I have to ask.
And I thought Kara was nosy.
One second, I have to restart this one.
Okay.
No, you're fine. I swear in the last one I heard his chair squeaking. But it was like a really deep squeak.
Thank you. I don't mind saying this book holds my secrets, my beginnings, my goals, the knowledge that I treasure dearly, even my weaknesses.
Whoa.
I would prefer to keep the details a secret.
I mean, I completely understand that. If all of your fucking desires, secrets, and everything about you was in that book, I would keep it locked like that too. But, oh, go ahead.
Why would you want to keep something like that around? I mean, why not destroy it?
Oh, that's a good question, actually.
Quark is probably having a seizure right now.
He is.
It is a treasure as much as it is a part of me. As useful as it may be to destroy it, it is something I cannot do. Not while I live.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm glad that we were able to give that back to you, but now it's your turn to uphold your end of the bargain about information of that man.
His name is Carl.
Coral. Coral.
Quirk has actually worked his way behind Agatha, kind of like hiding a little bit, looking around her.
Okay.
Oh boy.
His name is Alexander Ragnar, and he did not make it far from the town that he left behind.
Okay.
Go back to Norbarrow. Travel 3 days northwest. You will find his new community poisoned just as his first.
Oh god.
Wait, what did he say? Something as his...
Poisoned is just like his first.
Oh,
Like
okay.
the first
Community
community.
that
He's
now
doing
came
the same
from.
thing again somewhere else. That motherfucker!
Oh no!
Yes!
Okay, northwest. You said northwest 3 days from Norboro.
Yes.
Yep.
Mhm.
That sounds like we have to go back there.
I fucking knew that Hunter was gonna bring you back to your hometown. I fucking knew! Oh my god. So wait, his name was Can you type it out for me,
Yeah, I
Hunter?
got
His name?
Alexander.
I thought it was Alessander.
Mm-hmm. Alessander Ragnarok.
Alessander Ragnar.
Rigongar?
Wow, we actually have a whole quest set up now for Nell. It's right there now in bold print. Oh my god, she gave us so much more. Thank God. Thank you so much. Is that it? Are we going home? I'd rather not get.
She says
Is our deal complete?
as she begins to holding the book in one arm, turn up back towards the stairs.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ayun. I was just wondering, the creatures in this plane, are they ever friendly, or?
You're standing in front of the god of knowledge, and your first question is about trying to get a pet?
Look at you, you
More like
pussy!
trying to
You're
get an
hiding
ally.
behind fucking Agatha.
She knows everything, so she knows what I've said.
I have no interest in domesticating them.
This is a neutral plane. The creatures here are dangerous, but not all seek your demise.
Emphasis on not all of them.
Okay. Very neutral, got it. Okay. Yep, our deal is complete. Thank you again.
She bows her head to about shoulder level and then turns and begins to walk back up the steps. And as she does, the stairs below her feet disappear as she goes up.
Whoa. Okay. Holy shit, I wasn't ready for that. Take me home! Grabs Winona's hand really tight. Take me home! Take me home!
Alright, everyone, circle up.
Where are you going?
The teleportation circle.
Did Quirk share that information?
Quickly looks at Quirk.
Is that the only way we're getting home?
That's the only way we're getting back to your library.
Oh, then yeah, he'll like draw it out for her to see from memory.
He wasn't gonna tell us.
He's like, strong-armed again!
I can still destroy it.
I mean, well, Quirk, I mean, you said you haven't had company in a long time. I mean, maybe if you kept the sigil, we could keep you company and work on studies and
how
find
are
more
we supposed to have
information with
conjugal
you.
visits if I'm not able to visit you?
What?
I said what I said, and with that we just off.
Okay, yeah, I failed the con save, so he netted a little bit.
Oh my gosh. We all flash back into that teleportation circle in the library, and then we can end it there. See what
No!
happens tomorrow.
Oh, well, wait, we're playing tomorrow! Yay!
Yeah, so I was like, we were going late for having 2 days.
Oh my
Well,
god.
I'm
Okay.
definitely gonna have to meditate so Agatha can vent.
Yeah, I'm writing that down. I didn't even finish so
Dang it. Or dang it, Winona.
meditate for
I've been sitting here rehearsing it and everything.
you're gonna have to try and rebuild up
Now
that
you'll have
hostile
time.
energy. Yeah.
Oh my god. I'm expecting a full Agatha monologue.
Yeah, it's gonna come with music and everything now. Now he has a
Yeah.
base.
Oh my god.
I mean, it will now you've said it.